Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? I hope your Thursday is going good so far. Hopefully. Hello, Sans. Hello, Pistol, and anybody who's lurking or watching the VOD later. Hopefully, your days are going good too. My brain is empty. I also ran off to get some tea ready because I was like, oh, I was complaining yesterday about not having tea, so I'll make sure I have some tea. And I was just like, okay, I'll start the stream, put some water in the in the kettle, and then have it go. Oh. And then I was just standing there. It's just like, this takes longer than I thought. It was taking 5 minutes, and so it's like, okay, I gotta run back up and get the throwing system and the Kirby's ready. But thankfully I was able to do it in time. So I have some tea now. I have some nice tea, some Thai tea. Ah! Hello, dragon. Let me see. Let me get the game open. Hopefully the game will let us take a break from all the sadness and sorrow. But we shall see, because I know more is coming, just from how things for a previous chapter were working out. I'm almost positive it's gonna go show us the scene of the whole crowd coming in and attacking them, and it's gonna turn out that one of the knights was Michelle's brother, and they're like, why are you doing this? And we're gonna be like, no. Tom Hardy and Doggo is sick. Oh no! Hopefully Doggo feels better. Ah! And also, hopefully you feel better as well. Hopefully. And then I will send you the thing so you can send me money through VGen at some point today. Okay. So let's just go over here. And then inspect our memories. Most recent. Even though it doesn't have the thing where it doesn't skip unread text, I am glad that it shows me which one is the most recent save. Okay, so let us dive back into the sadness. Because I don't think anything good is gonna happen out of this black and red background. Especially with this music, it's so dissonant. I don't know if dissonant is the right word. The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen, not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There, you were a young man with a sad fate, but you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details, your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michelle? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. I'm just waiting for Morgana to just get some kind of vengeance, because I'm pretty sure she's gaslighting Michelle right now. I'm pretty sure she showed him a fake version of Giselle and is just gaslighting him right now, and I want Giselle to come in and be like, no, I love you. Do you think I would have followed a female version of you for all those years if I cared about that? So the witch can send people to purgatory. This is a small one up to Beatrice. It's I feel like with Morgana's powers, it has the prerequisite of they have to be involved in some way in the house. Because the flaxen-haired boy, the Yuki Muda, I believe his name was, and then the Lord were all like basically the reason why Morgana had died. So they're stuck in the purgatory with her, and then she's like more directly involved with Michelle because he was sent off to that house and was in there for like a decade before Giselle showed up. So I think you have to be like previously involved in that building in some way. So but then you would also have to kind of be just part of the Urashima. No? No. You have to be part of the family that's part of the Rokkenjima Manor to like... Yeah. Because nobody else was going to that building, so I guess either way they are kind of like locked to a prerequisite. So that's tough. The house brings power, and so they have to be trapped in this little time loop, yeah. The truth you kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her, silence, wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. It's all just a what if when is the crossover, right? It would have to be like a family swap almost. Is my mic buzzing again? Why are you being so mean to me? No, it's still buzzing. Why is it buzzing? Do I not have the effect on? Is that why? No. That's worrisome. Okay. It's still there. How noticeable is it? Like, it only goes away if I, like, squish it. But, like, I'm not gonna be holding the mic for 6 hours. Just, yo, let's hang as a sandwich at our manor. I don't notice anything. Okay. Because I see it in the thing. If I mute the audio, is it audible? Like, if it gets to a part where there's no background music, is it gonna be detectable? I guess for now it should be okay. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Now that I can tell. Okay. Weird. Because it looks like it takes up so much when I'm not talking, but maybe it's inaudible. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest, and it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. Some dog whistle stuff? Maybe. It's just, I don't know, it's like, it's showing up on the little bar for the audio capture is bugging me, so I'm just like, ah. It's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in this world. Yourself, your weakness, your ugliness. Face it in despair. Maybe if I... no, that didn't change anything. I want it to sound good. I'm bad with audio stuff. For the casual fourth wall break, right? I mean, it did have the, like, fourth wall break when it was, like, in the history. But yeah, we haven't had one of those in a while. That's just gonna bug me. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I could do to fix it. Face it in despair. I don't want to despair. We've despaired for most of yesterday. I want something happy. Don't. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past crawls out before me once more. Oh, it like went away for like a second. And then I moved it. No. And the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed, but I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived, my pleas for mercy fading into dark nothingness. Look for a manatee, they can't feel mad, so they're always happy. The little squishy little manatees. Barbara, manatee, manatee, manatee. Oh no. I cannot remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I had been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond that, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. That song has some hilarious family lore. Nice. Yeah, that was, I would always have that in my mind, and then also the, oh, where is my hairbrush? My mom would, like, do that too if we were trying to find something. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely, then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. My sister was meeting her now husband's mom, not knowing her name was Barbara. That's fun. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in any disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. Me just carefully trying to see if I can fix the audio issue. It's basically a issue me at this point. It's only I notice it. Oh! I got it, okay. My sister walked in singing that song and they went along great. Oh, that's fun though. That's good that they got along. It's certainly dark. I could barely see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window. Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after whom I had been named, looking solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be, a cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. It might be... But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. I feel like we're gonna figure out more lore of the building itself, because we haven't really, actually. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way back, or beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold, though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, and an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away, and my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I gotta get in there. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps. As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the 3rd or 4th loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside. We keep looking outside that window. And far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. It was long since I was out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful. Dang it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface, layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much as it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them. Like, what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, if it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held a flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. Are you gonna find a skeleton? A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white path of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. Rumors say a witch lives in the mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. We always find the skeletons in their closets. Fair. It was an observation tower, though, so what does that say? I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at that sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were.
Hello, Lunar, yeah.
We've been going through this. especially yesterday, my goodness, seeing Michelle's backstory. It was hard. That's the healing blood lady thing.
Yeah.
Having been branded with a non-existent... Wait, yes, I have said that. We zoom in. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house? Unwanted and alone. Robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk in its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is it to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess, that we'll draw pictures, that nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that I had grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, Georges, I pray that you can be that for me. My brain was like, I pray you can come for me, and it's like, no, that's not the words. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive, when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing.
When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse.
The curse that will never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no dang curse. But the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I once had, sucking me dry of all trust. For others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was, started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. Beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me and making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me, to please tell me what I am, if I am truly cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in the dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light.
Oh, also, I recently found out that the artist for this game
Has a Twitter and had, they have like skeb commissions, but they haven't been active for a while, so I hope they're okay. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been locked up away in this tower. To have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Just this person's life must have been way worse than mine. And sometimes I hate cats. I left the room for like 30 seconds and came back to her eating my cereal. No! Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there is a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Being isolated for that long will do that to you. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon, I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the heck is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving it into my hands, he said, "Regular supplies will be here in a couple of days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man, but I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash, a fresh jolt of pain that had nearly faded away. A half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sensation of pain. But now it was back. No. George's... You didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as did in all her correspondence. My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray that your curse might be broken. But lately I have come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. So long you have spent in that accursed form. It is a little surprised that you lost sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair and skin like glass, those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had to imagine what you would look like now. That is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you can come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michelle, this is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl. Give me 1 second. Okay. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, you can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget all that dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so you can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. Your mother who is losing her mind. It's just like, oh, so terrible, dragon. Take this mirror and see what we want to be, then wallow in your own pity and tears and fill you are. Right, just like, oh, you cursed. Look at what you would look like if you were not cursed. Look at that. Can you try not being cursed? And it's just like, please, stop. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. The only thing uglier than the mother is her attitude. We haven't even seen her. We knew from like the second we were shown Giselle's background that the mom was terrible. Also, hello, Zelda. Just Babs knows. Stop being cursed. No. You were a girl and then now you're a man. Stop it. Be girl again. Leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. They just said if you try harder, right? If you try to not be a man. Her eyes seemed to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me, forever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilled from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... Gah! I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? I slammed the painting against the floor. Voice is a little low compared to the game audio. Oh, let me see. Because the audio, game audio keeps, changing in rate. Let me see. We'll have the sound effects a little louder. Thank you for letting me know. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art, so why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me. So why? Why would you make this? He was probably forced to by the mom. I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother. And that's why you haven't written to me. Why haven't you answered any of my letters? Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? What was it? Tell me, Georges. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No. This isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. What? And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. The metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. You need to stop doing that, Michelle. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me. This isn't me. I'm not this woman. I am a man. Carved into it. This is not how I look, with everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I am an abomination. I tore into that smile, contempt surging with every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole dang world. Every last thing. This wretched mire that had become my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Me for making me realize I was a man. And then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had.
I can make that happen.
A voice rang out.
I can curse them for you, my dear.
It was a woman's voice, muffled like there were several walls between me and her. Who is there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides behind me. But there was no one else around.
Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world.
How am I supposed to know who you are?
How could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered poor child into my ear again and again.
What? No, that's not possible. I see. I finally, truly lost my mind.
If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain.
The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time.
Find your way to me, and open the door once more.
When the Beto entrance was that, my goodness. He's just hearing the voice. I don't think... Oh gosh. It was so long since we played Umineko, I don't even remember how she showed up. Because I remember the first chapter, she didn't actually show up. She was talked about, but, like, she wasn't there. But, like... Because I remember... Old man threw the ring into the distance. Technically, she showed up through, like, giving a letter to Maria. After that, I don't remember how she showed up.
Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand.
I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched for the tower, unconcerned.
For so long I have been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, for the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrive at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gains. You were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you.
Just the beginning of her gaslighting. The skeletal disturbance draws near. I mean, I think we're drawing near the skeletal disturbance.
You can give me life again. You can resurrect me.
It's the emo kid made up. Oh no.
Now open the door, Michelle.
It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either Mother's or Aimee's. Enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else.
Thank you for opening the door.
It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there for as long as I had been in the house, had vanished without a trace. Oh, that's kind of spooky. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there, only her voice whispering in my ear.
You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge.
Revenge?
Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end.
The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She let out a half-muffled cackle. Who are you?
Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was? You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed.
You're not the witch, are you?
That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana.
Rose Pullens. Oh no. Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale.
If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see, I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom, after all. Sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse, and for that I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michelle. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because they made my miracle, or because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting? Georges. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He deserves at least death. He brought you more than enough pain, but if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead, or the woman who set you on this path, or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask and I will perform a miracle for you.
I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced with it. I think... I don't know if he will actually make a decision, but if I were him, I would have her target Aimee. But I don't know. It would be tough because she's like, I will bring them here and do that. And it's like, I don't want them in my house. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have had to doubt the things she said. Yeah, this is kind of weird. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, me. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that.
What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. Thank you for the hydrate. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse?
The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse?
Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even.
I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female.
Why don't you become the new head of the estate?
Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? George's? Mother? Father? Amy? All of them? They had exiled me to this place.
Have your revenge.
A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light, and as I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did with myself and George's. I don't understand. Why would I think about that now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I? I mean, I don't know. Don't target your brothers then. Just target Amy. Need water before blood of the dead.
Have you made up your mind?
I have.
Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse?
No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana.
Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them?
It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. Well, then do it to Amy! I cannot curse my own family.
This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit of remorse about any of it.
I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved.
So why then can you not curse them?
Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy.
You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself?
I would find no respite by cursing them. I feel like I'm probably mispronouncing that.
You probably are.
Man, is the guy single-handedly saved them all just now, right? I mean, I can see his perspective, though. Because, like, I also feel that sometimes it's like, I don't want to be mad at you. But, like, I don't know.
How can you be so sure of that, my dear? You most certainly found a great deal of it myself.
Or, I most certainly found a great deal of it for myself. Use the ultimate power to not, right? Self-control.
You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that, but that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier.
Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family.
Why not someone who isn't family then? Someone who got married into it and that's the only relation? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead.
Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and that wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own self-hate or my own hatred.
Your concern for them will devour you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thought synapsis. Welcome in. For only a moment, but I love the voice. Thank you. I do my best.
Don't think. I'm not aware of that.
You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you gave them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who gave it a home. You have a problem and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time, you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michelle. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. We need not rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire deep, deep down, and I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it.
The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made, and not for the greater good or anything so noble. No. Every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. Feels familiar. Your hate brought me back from death. It does seem like a theme that was in something else, but I'm not entirely sure where it would have been from. Also, I can just imagine you just going through day to day and Morgana's just in his ears like, hey, you want to kill your family yet? Hey, you want to do that? Aimee looks pretty unalivable right now. just like little bug in his ear being like, hey. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them, she serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them, revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on holding onto your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside of you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? Man, just immediately brought back to life, and it's just like, haha, gaslight gatekeep girl boss, am I right? So you just got intrusive thoughts? Sort of. Attached to a witch, though. No, I don't! I do not want that at all! I've told you this already! You're so desperate to deny it, Michelle. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier, or Georges, or mother, or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head.
Be honest with yourself, Michelle. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines in your hands, standing over their bodies.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't say anything about I me, so she's still on the table. No, I don't. That's not what I want.
Don't lie, Michelle. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me.
No, I wasn't in control.
No, Michelle, you were.
Enough! I'm done listening to you.
Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michelle. Do you even know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now, I'm beside you.
Oh, you're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement.
Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me?
We are not close.
You will come to understand in time that we are very much close. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you.
Enough!
Let it all go, Michelle. Curse it all with me, despise it, kill it, make it suffer, curse it.
Please, just stop. It's Charalor, no! Oh no! Would it have been? Oh jeez.
And where might you be going, Michelle? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now that's quite amusing, considering I'm the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michelle. On the contrary.
Stop talking, please. Just stop.
I want to set you free from your misery.
I can't take it anymore. Please just be quiet. Who's there? I am here to deliver your monthly package. I see. Michelle? Is something the matter? I opened the box, and there stood a servant of the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human. Don't eat the guy. A normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said, but at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch on to. Help me. Please. Pardon? The witch. She talks to me. She never stops talking. She keeps just yapping. She goes yap, 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 yap. I'm begging you. Please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice. It's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this dang cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. No, I am perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that. No, I did no such thing. You're completely insane. No. I'm done with this dang job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. Why? I am not crazy. I am perfectly insane. I am not mad.
Michelle, your mind is far, far from sound.
I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it. Bro's talking more insane. The servant was just like, that's it. That's the last straw. I've dealt with so much. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. the witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking, about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape.
Curse them, revile them, remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way their lips twisted as they laughed. You only need to curse them, and you can wipe their reprehensible smirks out of existence.
I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore.
Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation.
Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me.
I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue to say it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets power and wealth will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with.
I've told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone.
Why must you be so stubborn, my dear?
I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be?
Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michelle. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had or how much hatred it instilled in you, Michelle, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon.
Yeah, she's she is like being like, hey, do you want to kill people yet? Like she's been in his ear for like, I don't know if it gave a time frame, but she's just like, just in his ear being like, hey, do you want to use your free kill someone card yet? Do you? And he's just like, please stop. I am not twisted.
Do you honestly still believe you're normal? Tell me, what's normal about people who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You are not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same.
I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I am not cursed. I am human. I'm a human.
Man?
Yes, a man.
With that body? How dare you? Oh, my dear friend, let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some say about people like you? Those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God.
Like unto God?
Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided.
No, you're wrong.
If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together, but you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now.
I have not. I am human. I'm a person, a normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I am an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down upon me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself away, or anywhere that might have had the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Someone! Anyone! Please! Tell me I'm human! Tell me I'm a man! Anyone! Please tell me I'm not cursed! But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ugh! The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing, and then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I... Water! I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity.
I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself.
With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? It wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit of pink. Oh no, she was already making him see things immediately. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? The distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana?
I know what you're expecting. It happened to me too. Sometimes, enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think, and your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Or perhaps metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered. There was no getting around that. Which left me with only one option: to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said that there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off of me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. Stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing, unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. I began to believe that it was what I wanted.
Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest, but there is little more to be said about that, for nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about the damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time, watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me, whether by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory. The thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant, but those visions never became reality.
Tell me, Michelle, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them?
Look at yourself, Michelle.
Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michelle, would you like to die?
That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin after all. That's good, Michelle. You've made the right decision, and I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life.
And then Giselle showed up.
My mind and spirit were too far decayed. Did it do a little flash there? Okay, just making sure nothing was secret. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion when you showed up, Giselle. Everything I had given up on, and everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon.
But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master.
After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was, naturally, the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension.
Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within a day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple broken glasses there. Small things like that could accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything?
Why do you care about her at all?
Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I am not fond of noisy people, or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Oh, I hardly have to tell you that, do I?
Stop talking.
Now, that's not very polite.
This is a family matter. It is none of your concern.
I was merely offering to help rid you of a pest.
I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secret she's keeping. Then, I will go back to living in peace.
Very well, then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. I will unalive anybody that you ask me to. Oh, and by the way,
What now?
you've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I've always hated how much you reeked of human. You are blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by His hands. I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better, a saint resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too can be considered a miracle.
Morgana,
Yes?
you are a deranged, delusional woman.
Why, thank you.
Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face, and the more she smiled, the more vibrant she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman, and the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had some ulterior motive, like Aimee, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, but even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare had still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle rather than Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Aimee in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me.
My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch, a terrible, sinful witch, a dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family, and she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already live there, and I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her fallings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would be not surprised if she tried snooping around. She is a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other, Michelle. With this letter, I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send this awful creature back to heck.
It was storming that night, erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes kicked into motion emotions I had thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream. Because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with the same utter despair at the world. And back to the way things were.
Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest, but you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerate weight outside these walls.
But the look on her face then, was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming?
If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light.
She was screaming, though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away.
You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this.
I'm not falling for anything, I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up.
Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now, that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her, you merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterwards. How very like you.
Be quiet.
Oh, come now. That woman's finally gone and it's back to just the two of us. And you don't want to talk?
Silence, please.
As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment with silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now.
I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said, if I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you had succumbed to the unforgivable weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. Except for the scenario that you came back with. I'm done! I can't take it! I'm through with this whole world! You don't have any idea what I went through there, how hard it was to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be. For no one can believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole world. I truly do. That day, for the first time I saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn, and while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I had ever felt in my life. And now you're gonna beat us up with emotions, aren't you, game? Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I had never done before, or never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though, to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, but our conversations meaningless chatter. I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy. Oh, darn it, where'd you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase? What's all the racket? Is something the matter?
Master, yes, a cat.
Huh? A cat?
A naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him.
Wait, is this Ugly Patches? Or Ugly Splotchy?
If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away.
Right. And what will you do once you've caught him?
Well, I don't want to punish him. That would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat.
You mean to keep him?
Are you not fond of cats, Master?
I don't... mind them, no.
And then there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us.
Maybe it'll help if you give him a name?
Oh, a name? That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master.
You want me to pick a name?
This is your house, after all. So it's only right you would be the one to choose.
I'm not sure I follow the reasoning. What does the cat look like?
Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. And he's kind of got some spots here and there.
Is he ugly?
I'd say so, yes.
Alright then. Ugly Speckles Mark II.
That's cute. That's a name? Why on earth would you call it something like that? And what does Mark II even mean?
Be quiet.
It's on you if he runs away, Master.
No, it's cute. My name with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell silly jokes, to get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it imprisoned and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself.
Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery of the culinary arts! I've heard enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come.
I'm almost wondering, because we don't know all that much about Giselle. Can you imagine if it turns out that she's also intersex? Because I'm thinking in the way of, like, when she was there was all the things of, like, Michelle being surprised that she had involved herself in, because it's like being able to read and all that was like a rare. No, I don't think the dad would have done what he did if that was the case. Never mind. Giselle. Though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. My brain was just like, headcanon time, and it's like, no! That would be cute, but a cute little T for T. Are you listening, Morgana?
I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now, what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from wherever in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken.
This is a conversation we can only have here. The place where we first met.
I'm not smelly, but hello, Rocket. How you doing?
It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person.
To be a man?
Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. It makes me into the person I always wanted to be.
And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean?
Scars are aching, I'm doing good. Oh no! From falling off the bike, or did something else happen?
Thank you for the hydrate.
I do.
You came all the way up here just to tell me that? A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michelle, but we are kindred spirits, as much as you may want to deny it.
You could be second to only God, yet he spurn his gift, or yet you spurn his gift. From both times I fell off the bike. Oh no. Man. Is it, do you know the reason for falling off the bike? Sorry, I don't want to say what I got distracted from. It's kind of silly. I think I have VR brain. I am nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more. Hello, Sussy, how are you doing? I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michelle. Cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think that you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is you've gone nowhere. Would that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? I'm doing great, actually. Noise! First time a UPS truck raced me in the turn. Oh yeah, I remember that. And the other time you got ran to the road. Oh no! Is it a thing of like, do you think you need like flashers on your bike? Are you? I'm doing good. I'm hoping that we can get at least close to the ending here, because I want Michelle to be happy. Gosh dang it. You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone. I understand that. No, Michelle, you don't understand. But you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty. Naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off. So what if it isn't permanent? Isn't real? Does being ethereal make it worth it? Ephemeral? Ephemeral? I don't know. Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in my life. Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me, begging for my help, and I will have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. I was visible. I was wearing high-vis both times. It's just people. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know why people do that. Oh yeah, the music is wild. This especially like this song can definitely have like the multiple meaning of like just depending on the context. It can either be taken as sad or like heartwarming. But like it mostly has a melancholy feel to it. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. Heated up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter? No. No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you... sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So, yes, I am fine. Oh, wow. That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Next time I have to ride my bike into town, I'm grabbing my flamethrower. My goodness, just put spikes on the wheels. People suck and think I'm better than everyone else and they should listen to me. Yeah. Yeah, people be wild and out there. I see some terrifying clips of people just like being terrible just to other drivers, but like mostly people who are riding bikes. And it's always bad to see. I won't recount it in too much detail, but like, I always hate it. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. Bikers use whips. My flamethrower will do less damage, my goodness. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that, despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. Pulled away? She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling, and that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life seemed to feel like an approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said rung truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I'd thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile. And as much as I tried to tell myself I was going to get caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. Friend is sending you a test. This is the friend who would almost prove a guy was furry for legit MatPat level of intelligence. Oh my gosh. What test are they sending you? It uses a clean burning fuel mixture so the driver backs off, it won't even leave carbon on the car. Good. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship. To have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what it was, or what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside at all costs. It's a random question, like how to pronounce some... Interesting. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to all come spilling out. And it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. Man. It's absolutely gonna lead into the raid. Oh, man. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. I had to send a video message, that's so weird, oh no. I mean, if they're testing you on how to pronounce something, that would make sense. That one word set me into motion, for I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, love you so much I feel like my heart is going to explode. Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you, that I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away, but seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said, together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path, side by side, and so, I decided to trust my heart. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. As she was actively crying. I too was elated. The back. There we go. I didn't move it. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted to be that for you. But beneath the surface lurked indecent desires, despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough. My desire bubbled up at that warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside of me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Sorry, I'm not laughing about the situation. I'm laughing about me being like, oh no, poopa. I turned off stream for 1 second and I'm back to. We're looking back at our happy memories, and there's nothing bad in this one. There's just a lot of booba. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. Okay, go put those boobas away. Put them away. Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot. Like I said, it's not that bad, but it's like basically the same amount that shows with her shirt, but also put those grippers away. Put those obese rats away. I am gray. Though I have always known my true color, I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father, Antonin, had passed away. Georges would, I assumed, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he had said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down, though, I had completely believed it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michelle. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that, even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of heck, and now I wanted to make her happy. But we all know what happens at this point. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was, but every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me, and so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut, and what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best. that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses. Oh no. And I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. The sad violin is coming. Oh no. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask for you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed. That I was always your son. That I am Michelle, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for deeply, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me. Want to experience 100 G's of force, my goodness. Michelle, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is this? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana, please say something. Morgana! Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool, and you can laugh at me all you want, so please say something. Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! I am wrapping myself in the blanket for what I know is going to be coming. Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. Michelle, I'm all right. It's okay, Michelle. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michelle, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Oh no! Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that you have my sympathy. Say it in red, right? I don't know what the relevance of her saying things in red in this one are, because they're definitely not the truth. Maybe it's just her gaslighting powers. I will help you in your time of need. Finally, you speak. Michelle? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is why how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you or what you are. So I was wearing reading glasses. Yeah, it was from yesterday. They're technically sunglasses, I just have them really tiny. Hey, Michelle? Are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you as a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch, taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michelle. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you?
You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make you be my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, yes, absolutely. Please let me kill people. I've been asking you for 11 years. Please, 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 please. Say it in red. Say you're not stinky in red. Say it, I'm not stinky. Yes, yes, absolutely. Please, tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Michelle, let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she can be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, didn't you? That was not the wish I was hoping for, I know. But that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana! Then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michelle. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michelle. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. It's not a party until you accidentally spill someone's pet or grandmother and have to live with the fact that you have to vacuum someone. This acting is actually phenomenal. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm doing my best. Michelle! I think it helps that, like, this is a scene that we've seen, but just from Michelle's perspective instead of Giselle's. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle! What? Why? The door! I can't open it! Michelle! Michelle! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! I guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either! I know that. By doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michelle! You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash! They're going to kill you if you're out there! Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michelle, she isn't real! There's no witch talking to you! It's all in your head, a figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michelle! I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So
Survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you.
No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you.
I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic.
Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather...
Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family.
What?
Because you have a good family. You have a mother and sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you would be marked as a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer this kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I am a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world.
Don't say that!
The year we shared together, and the month since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more, in another world, in a body that better suits me.
Michelle!
Okay, this part's gonna be rough, I think, now. Michelle. I had thought I was prepared, that I was doing something good, something I could be proud of, that I would give my life for her with a head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant, what she had warned me about, when she said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It was our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment onto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm, Didier, belonged to my elder brother. You shall now be executed. Did you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But Didier.
No, don't give us a flashback with this.
Oh no. Didn't actually do that, but I did have to console a friend who did. Oh no. This was the plot point in Requiem of a Rose King. Oh, it was. I remember you told me about that. Oh, I forgot to add that to my bookmarks. That's right. Can't go dancing naked. No. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm? Frowning? Or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time everything will go back to the way it was before, like it did for myself and George's. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even the whole world says I'm cursed? That you'll always be by my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why? Why are you standing there, a half-dozen knights at your back, saying I am to be executed? Why? Dear. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michelle. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves, so you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michelle Bollinger? Or a demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both my legs. It was Didier specifically in his chest. That second messed up. I can hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michelle. Don't cry. I believed in you. Didier, when I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes. Everything you said, your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, that I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long, my adoration for you never went away. I thought of you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle, that you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you, that you would welcome her into the family, that we could go on outings together on cloudy days, and maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was, I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. Man, I knew that was gonna be the case. I knew that was gonna be the case. Like from when we first saw the scene, and you could hear him be like, why is it you? And so my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. I don't know what comes next, or if what comes next could be called my story, but memories of those events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. To that village? This is what I aspire to be as a writer, right? to just make the reader feel despair and like care for these characters so much. The knights have returned from their holy quest. Oh, how we've awaited your arrival. How glorious it is to see you. Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. The large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. Why are you not dead, Amadi? Basically got hanged because he was trans, pretty much. Cause he was intersex, so he was born female, but then once puberty hit, was turned into, or was more mask presenting. Yeah, Amadi is stinky. He sucks. All the homies hate Amadi. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered onto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. Blah 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 blah. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We have assembled all the tools we need to execute your divine mission, a cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. I think I gave him a generic man voice. That which threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. All I told you was to leave my house. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy lord were all the work of the witch. Why then? Were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consumed the crowd. Their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, Didier. Please, hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. These men smirking at the sight of my body. They're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please, tell me you at least don't think I did these things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails and ropes for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment onto this vile witch. Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you. Don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece, until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. Of course it's Amadi! Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me, please! Look away! Or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male, and I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and that is what you became, this frightful, reprehensible creature. To dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with. What do you mean? I did nothing to it! Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all that I ask. If you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted up off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. For the lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound in that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passerbys threw rocks or spat at me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, the black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. Man, what is with kids throwing rocks at corpses? The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day I received a visitor. "Watch your step, madam. The crucifix is this way." After everything I'd been through, I thought nothing more could affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, Mother. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white. But I would always recognize my own mother. "What are you doing here, Mother?"
"Father."
In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak. But there were still distinct traces of it in the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice.
"Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon. Mother. I despise you, you foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me. I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother. I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you. I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed. I have absolutely no relation to this demon. I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter. I couldn't stand doing that. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse than before. But even so, send this monster straight to heck! I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing! But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please, be at ease, madam.
The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. Gladly. Gladly. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pit of hell with my own 2 hands. Her eyes swirling with every hatred emotion imaginable, or hateful emotion. Never wanted to suck a mother more, right? Absolutely. Like, the whole family was terrible to him. Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into a pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with a putrid stench of burning flesh. At least Didier was decent at the end. Yeah, he at the very least kept his mouth shut. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry you had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Even then, decent was basic human decency, yeah. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit. It drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, and then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart, and all the emotions that had once taken root within it, shattered like leaves upon the wind. I feel like my script steals from this game. And I never knew this existed before, right? I only just now reading it for the first time, too. But, like, I don't know. Maybe other things kind of used the same kind of story beats that this did. My soul completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? I'm still praying. Oh, this is when she was already trapped in the house. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we would meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michelle, come back to me soon. Also, whoever the music composer was yeah, I think, I remember someone looked into it and there was like, I think there was like 5 or 6 different people who worked on the music, which, like, my goodness, they did a great job. I don't think there was a single song that, like, didn't, like, enhance the scene. As if drawn by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost. But it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all of those pieces. The instruments were on fire when they were playing, absolutely. Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought I must return. Well, thought perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whisper echoing in the darkness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light. the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence. Michelle, I am no longer the girl I once was. I built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michelle. Waiting for you inside my shell. I'm always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michelle, get me out of here. At long, long last, I felt a ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me, and that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin, until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. My goodness. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories, and that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing.
Michelle, poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now, not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you love, but you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul, on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's a normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believed that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That she alone wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand to you. You never doubted that, did you? But Michelle, hope exists to be crushed. And the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. Stop gaslighting us, please! You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you sought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting. Kimochi warui. Stop, please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her, though? For hundreds of years you waited, or she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman. More than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. No! Stop gaslighting us! No, stop. I didn't... Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. First there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was the man who obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. She was upset because we didn't remember her. She would have been fine either way. Would you like to know what you're doing right this moment, Michelle? You're crying. Crying as you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michelle? You've reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear, your body. Incomplete, only partially male. The wounds still fresh and raw, pierced by your brother, whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They are your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michelle. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence. And the love you thought you still had? Well, she's gone and left you behind, too. And still you refuse to curse anyone. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michelle. But if that's what you want, if you want to join me in my hatred, then so be it. I'll accept we are not as similar as I once thought. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it! After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that be just lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michelle. I don't want to let go. Don't listen to her. Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you. Michelle, you told me you believed in my love. That if I could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Yeah! Yeah! Wow, okay, this is artistic. I won't block it. Yeah! There's no naughty bits to block. Yeah! Open your eyes, Michelle, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michelle, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never, ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michelle? Not gonna lie, she's a manipulator, but her wish for vengeance is definitely rotted some truth. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, her feelings are valid. Her feelings are valid. She was abused, like, in multiple ways by multiple people. So, like, yeah, I don't blame.
I'm kind of mad at Morgana, but I do say, like, I do understand where she's coming from, where her headspace is.
Do you remember what I said, Michelle, when you broke through the cocoon I had built around myself? I said that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had, or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you.
Not gonna lie, Michelle is a better man than me. I'd have wished for vengeance a long time ago, right? He was very strong to be just like, I would love to curse everybody, but I don't want to do that. They are still family, even though found family would have been much better, but sadly he did not have that opportunity.
You accepted me, Michelle. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, slowly losing my grip on myself until I had been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. Michelle.
Giselle.
Please have faith in me, Michelle. Don't forget what some illusions say. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me.
Take strength from these obese rats on your back. Oh no. You have it backwards, but Giselle, the truth is, I never once doubted you.
What?
I never doubted your love.
Michelle.
I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak that I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want to see you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. To see my past. To see me now. A pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories. If only for you. I wanted to be gallant. To be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried. Who never showed weakness. Who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak. That I was such a sad, frail person. And not even a real man.
Michelle.
I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. But that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out. Things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me.
No, Michelle. There's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remained true to yourself to the end, no matter how bad things got. Day after day, you fought all alone. Despite being put through heck, yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone. Your father. I remember that day well. I was too silly to realize it at the time. But you did that for me. That one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off as a bit inscrutable, but deep down, you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation's simple and pure. Your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michelle. Be proud of who you are.
That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once, showing up as a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you, completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you.
Have faith in yourself, Michelle. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed. But for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth. Because it shows just how incredibly much you love me.
And not only in life. The hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion, you spent searching for me. In that vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Your love guided you back to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Though as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me.
Hello, my elf, yes.
You have missed everything. Anything I did not tell you, you have missed. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory doesn't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a completely different person. Can go longer, by the way. I have a 1 to 1 after work. Oh no! Okay. I will see. Because I have to see how long this game is. Because it feels like it's getting close to an end, but I have no idea.
But thank you for the heads up.
But, Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me when everything about us is exactly the same? You're not the white-haired girl, Michelle. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, in the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michelle. I took your hand and together we watched dozens of lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michelle, no one else. But that doesn't change. What my body... I know you, Michelle. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for you to return. Wait, a month in life? They spent a year together, didn't they? Did I forget about the time frame? You fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get out of there. You are the greatest man I have ever known. Why are you fading? Giselle! How is it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile, that single ray of light in the darkness and the endless dark. To say exactly what I'd so desperately yearned to hear. The words I have sought for countless years. Stop fading away! Giselle! I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings, and all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine, but there's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere. Giselle, put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel where you are. You can, Michelle. I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward, slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and that's my hair. Those are my eyes, and here are my lips. Here's my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and spirit, I am all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now, hold on, and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by a love so amazingly powerful. Yet we only ever held hands a few times, and embracing like some incredible achievement for us. Or embracing is like one. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michelle. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle, or are you gonna tell me to wait again? Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Her skin, white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master and at times called me Michelle. Her entire being. This woman who accepted me as a man. Who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again, the soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me, where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck. Not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share, but nonetheless. A gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice. I can hardly believe it's real. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, to which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was a single irreplaceable moment to change everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself, because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Michelle, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You've set me free. And now I'd like you to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you. So let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Michelle. And do not let go of my hand. There's more. Giselle.
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
Who's whispering French in my ear?
Elle me prenait en pitié.
Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless, eroding darkness nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower, outside the door. I've returned. Back in Morgana's world, her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world. To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. Just omelette du fromage. This is my mansion, my domain. She was supposed to be locked up, but it would seem my will is not as absolute as I'd thought. What would you call that? The power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? How trite. Where's the magic, the miracle? I can't think of one other reason she was able to escape. And it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door. Whatever nonsense that woman filled your mind with, it certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But it won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take in a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. Oh! Is that you, Morgana?
How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear?
I knew you were young, but you really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl, and I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony, adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood, before being robbed of her life.
I had assumed monster would be your first reaction, with a face and a body like this. How very sweet of you, Michelle. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer, so I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway, which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Ah, I know, you want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death could well mean the end of all of this. Shall I grant you that wish?
She flicks a finger, and the next sound, a long sword clatters on the floor at my feet. Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on and pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you.
Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who?
I spent so long trying to look away, when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to end this. My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michelle, brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being, trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it? If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond those 3 doors had genuine concern and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly can't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? What I miss? We saved Giselle's soul, and so now we're gonna be saving Morgana's, and she's just like, what are you talking about?
Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch?
I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. Their tragedy, no, the grisly reality you described, I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. That doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me, the beast severed my arm, and the greedy, power-hungry lord ordered me for his own, or used me for his own personal gain. Events by themselves did not tell this whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being, you gotta turn that chessboard around, boy! Are you gonna march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspectives? Don't waste your breath, they'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most. Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past. And if I refuse? This is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror?
You what?
The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile. In all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. Love Michelle, and he's kind of spitting, but God. Just a little bit. I mean, he's good. He's a goodie. He doesn't want people to be in pain, even the people that caused him pain. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day when we opened the windows, when she let the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life.
Why are you telling me this?
Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is, without question, the most powerful of anyone's here. And you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There is no denying your position as master in this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide. So the door will open, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open. This is very Kingdom Hearts.
Say the door does open. What does that change?
Nothing these men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotten, broken creature that I didn't move, I didn't click anything. This rotting, broken creature that turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way.
And what might that be?
Who the white-haired girl is.
That's your lingering question? We've already established
that was you, Morgana. So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her? That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality.
I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace.
Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. Not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor are my eyes red. And look at this horrid, festering face. Hello, Zeke. Welcome back.
How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant to this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you. Things even you don't know. And if I can show that you were, in fact, the white-haired girl, in that moment will your reality be rewritten, my goodness.
If you're so confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself
Just how little you're capable of. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. Morgana kind of eats though. Just a little bit, right? Very nice character design from what we're already seeing. In the darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies the truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. This next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, but no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door, the final door. Ooh, we're in the final chapter. We might, depending on how long this chapter is, we might finish this today. But we shall see. I'm gonna wait for it to give us a chance to save, and then we will take our break. So that way we can just focus on this final door. Oh, we're just starting in the tower. Okay, let me save.
Okay, so it is a good time to take a break. So everybody get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. At the very least, stretch your leggies. Make those leggy bones pop.
And we'll be back, and we'll see if we can finish this story. But we will be back in 10 minutes. Wah!
Ecstasy. What are we even watching right now? By stimulating the DNA correlating to high leg strength through imagination, it caused a slight transformation in the base sequence.
Came to our house, which made it much easier, right? It was a pain having to invite some other person into my own private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left, so much that I can still remember it. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was still worth it. Okay, how is it that Pat does nothing, Pathetic does the pet animation? What are you doing?
His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it.
Then, on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school and could finally rest. How ironic. Also clip it and ship it, yeah. Yeah, Pathetic triggered it. What happened in game? So...
It was good. I still have 2 tacos, but I
just gotta pop these bad ideas. What? Oh no! Angel? Yeah, I'll upload a pic to Twitter. Where did that even come from? I'm just too old, probably don't know I'll be buried. I see. Oh! I look like a goblin. Or like an orc.
This part doesn't have lyrics according to this program.
Only happens when the target is at a point-blank range. If I ask Astarion what his favorite fruit juice and he says dragon fruit, I'm unsubbing. Can you imagine? I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Council. One conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Don't lie! Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. I guess that was for just a little extra thing. I wasn't going fast enough. Whoa. Can I help you? Okay.
Hear her, grinning happily.
Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members.
Setsuko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn, Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same, so I'm going with them. Okay. To erase the old customs. The I know this word. Abolition? Abolition. Okay, even though it's a very bumpy ride. I guess I landed in a bad place. Oh, okay. I was like, if I soft lock. Okay, maybe if I land at this angle, everything should be fine. Okay? Yeah? Okay, cool. Yoink! Excuse me? What are you shaving here? It's soul stolen. What? 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 For you?
I don't know.
Well, okay, then Akechi.
Okay.
I never had the feels for him, even though, like,
Neither did
his
I.
Character type would be.
Okay. The looks I definitely see. It seems like you're fit.
Well, no, like the unhingedness at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
But like, it never.
he was so annoying.
The sky is Wendy's. Our dad just called us a loser. What the heck, Dad? Why would you bully us, your son, like this? Okay, bits through Twitch. Thank you so
We
much.
added 1,000 bits.
How have
and
you been?
54
We
underscore
are already on a
underscore
hype
hearts
train.
too. Bonus bits and
Oh my
mods.
gosh.
We added 1,000 more bits.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Leonard! we completed level 6 of the hype train. What level are we gonna be on now? Her archetype was set up invincibility. The 7th hole. Oh no, the washing machine. That was so fun. It got so sus, but that was so fun.
God.
You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry. This is the end.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
How exactly?
Maybe you could hold my hand?
Hand holding? No way. That's embarrassing. It's also super lewd. See, you aren't being nice. You call that kindness? I seriously don't get it.
Even if you don't.
What? That stuck to my face for a second. Oh my gosh. Can I clip that? Oh no. How could you have done this? Okay, so let's see. What the? Lionheart? How was Psyche able to summon you like that? What? My goodness! What the heck?
And we're back.
Back to the religious trauma. Okay. Hopefully we should be able to finish this up and everybody has a happy ending, maybe.
Twinkle.
See, I also am like debating whether or not to randomize my model, but I don't know. For now, this should be fine. I'm interested how Michelle became the main protagonist at the end. Reminds me of Higurashi, the protagonist at the end and the start at the end are not the same. True. I mean, technically we were the protagonist in the beginning, we just didn't know. We weren't the protagonist for like the stories behind the doors. But we were like, we did appear in the mansion and didn't know who we were. But it is very interesting because it did kind of switch between Michelle and then Giselle. I brought you some food. You have to eat something. You barely touched your food yesterday. Come on, please. Just leave it in there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases. But she's not going to last much longer. The boy has a point. If she won't eat, we lose our supply of blood. That's not what I meant. Leave it there. Well, we'll be back. Oh gosh. Man, Sorry, I was distracted by how she looked. She reminded me of Brother Crazy Girl. I didn't realize that you put inhale before which laugh. Thank you for doing that. But I no R's were rolled in there. I did not do a good job with that.
Do you really have to go?
Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now.
And when do you suppose you'll be back?
Tomorrow. Same time as today. Local dragon streamer needs reminders to breathe. Well, I figured it was in the sense of like yesterday where I was like trying to do the laugh and I just ran out of breath and was like
And you'll have enough time to talk then? Will you?
yeah.
Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny.
Yeah, that's why I put the breath reminder in there, yeah. You're my sister. I wouldn't keep anything from you.
You're not yourself though.
What's so different about me?
Well, you're not acting much like a prince.
Right, of course. Don't worry. I'm still your prince. Same as always. Good night, Nellie, my princess. How did I end up in this mess? I never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me I'm not the bad one here. Oh God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Someone, anyone, get me out of here. Straight up none.
Look, the stars, they're beautiful. Though it is so bright out, I worry someone might see us.
Everyone's long gone.
I hope so.
Are you ashamed?
A little. But I still want to be with you.
Have you ever considered leaving the Covenant? Or the convent? I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
You can't just stop being a nun, you know. It's not that simple. I have made vows, sworn my life to the service of God.
I was not aware. I don't know much about this land's traditions.
If I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life. Get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. Thinking, it was an uneventful life. Though, it was the best I could have asked for.
That's my dream. That sounds very peaceful.
I hope we can be together in our next lives, too.
We know you are in your next life, ma'am. And we know who your man's is in the next life, too.
Have a nice, quiet life together. It'll be a city on the water, looking out over a beautiful, glimmering emerald sea. The blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. The sound of the seabirds squalling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
It certainly does. I would love that. When it's question marks for the characters, but you know who it is. The Harvest Festival. On the day of the festival. The day of the festival is when I'll apologize for locking my wife in a shed. Oh. That's a wild... Okay. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Michelle. Huh? It changing the UI of, like, where people are is so wild to me. Ugh. So bright. I'm... outside? I'm stuck in a text box? The light feels like needles in my eyes. First thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past, and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. So much time has passed since I've been in the light. I almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? What on earth is this? The era Morgana lived?
Michelle!
Huh?
Oh, thank goodness you can hear me. Why is your face slightly blurry? Is that just me?
It might just be the effect, I can't tell.
Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well.
No, yeah, that's absolutely her face being like slightly blurry. No. Is it just gonna be like an unrecognizable shape towards the end of this? Giselle, is that voice really you?
I swear it's me, 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry.
No, I believe it's you. I just wasn't expecting to be able to hear your voice here.
I did say I would be able to, that I would always be by your side.
I'm relieved. But where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere.
Well, I'm not exactly sure myself.
You don't know?
I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch black all around me, like a black smoke churning in the darkness. It feels a lot like inside the mansion, but I don't think I'm actually in the mansion.
So you're still trapped in the void, then?
I can see a shimmering light off in the distance through the fog, and I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see the trees rustling and hear the birds singing. I can't see you, though, so I assumed I was seeing through your eyes, and I thought I'd try getting your attention.
So that means you can see everything I can?
It seems so, though I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you do.
I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place, even. It's a bizarre sensation. While I could see and feel the world through the other doors, I was strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales. But this time, it's like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. It's all so vivid. Everything the mansion lacked, it's all here. I can feel it so clearly. I wish you could have been the one to experience this.
It's okay, Michelle. I know you'll dispel this darkness I'm in. Won't you?
I will.
I'm more than happy to just be able to hear your voice and being able to see what you see. It's like a miracle.
I too am glad to see you there. Have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here.
Oh no, I should be thanking you. I was overjoyed to hear how much you really cared about me. There are so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. And so many I love yous. Hey now, is that really the best response you've got? Surely you can do better than that.
You're embarrassing me.
I am somewhat disappointed by one thing, though. I can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person.
Oh, come on! You're not very good at this, are you? And you're not very good at picking up on how much you're embarrassing me.
I'd expect at the very least a me too.
We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is.
You're not even trying, are you?
I'm doing the best I can. Please don't ask any more of this from me, or more than this from me.
It's okay, though. I might not be able to see you, but we're together either way. You know, Michelle, I think I might be able to help, too. While I can't be there in person, I can give you ideas, another point of view when you're not sure about something.
Are we actually gonna be able to make more choices? I am excited, but also worried.
With the two of us together, we'll find a way through this.
Yes, we will.
Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings, list out exactly what we need to take care of?
That's not a bad idea. A bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth.
What? Why?
I'd assumed we would just be observers, like with the other doors, searching their memories for clues. I never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era.
True. It's not at all like the other doors.
No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through to the end. If our guess is correct, we have arrived at Morgana's past. Then we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even if I am right, that we won't find anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger, something she could never have imagined. Something that will turn her entire worldview on its head.
White-haired girl might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion over and over again, as though led there by some supernatural force. And she was involved with all three men in some way. I can't think of anything else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that Morgana we know and the white-haired girl could be the same person.
They are about as different as two people can be, which actually leads me to believe there's something there.
There must be something. Some secret we haven't found out yet that we can use. So let's find it.
It won't be easy.
And if we are in the past though, I wonder maybe we could change it? This could be a huge chance for us.
Change the past.
Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death, or we could stop whatever led them down this path.
There's an idea. If it's actually possible, maybe we can do something. The question is this world really?
Now I'm getting kinda pumped. I've got my game face on and I'm ready to do this.
It doesn't do much good if no one can see it.
It's a figure of speech. Okay, first things first, we need to find the mansion. Morgana's gonna be at the top of the observation tower. The three men shouldn't be too far off either. So the question is, where are we?
You recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not especially familiar with the lay of the land.
Give me a little spin, would ya?
As she requests, I slowly spin around in a circle. And through the dense woods, I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realize they're buildings. It's decently far off, but it appears to be the edge of a city.
I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while.
It's a bit big for a village.
Don't you remember what Amidi said about the village's history?
Amidi. That's stinky.
Michelle, you didn't think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you?
Uncharacteristic? I wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much bigger, and that it was destroyed in a single week by the witch's curse. Except, rather than a curse, it was probably a disease. If it's the same city, then it fits with what Morgana had said happened.
I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city, and that following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So head down to the city.
All right.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry, you got me here.
Don't treat me like an antisocial.
You're not?
No, that's not what's bothering me. It's something about this whole thing feels off. This world we're in. Never mind. I'm probably overthinking things, but now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than waste time fretting over details, we need to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet, the grass flattening. As I weave my way through the trees towards the city, the sensation of having a living flesh and blood body slowly returns. You! A white-haired man just appeared out of nowhere. He's talking to himself. I gotta get away before he does something. Hold it right there, Mel. You don't have to call me crazy and then just run off. How do you know my name? Why wouldn't I? We were just in the mansion together. Huh? Mansion? What are you talking about? Right. He hasn't become a shadow in the mansion yet. I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. Who are you? And where did you come from? Where? I'd like to know that myself.
Say something, Michelle. He's not getting any less suspicious of you. You have to come up with some way to break the tension.
Improvisation isn't usually... Improvisation isn't exactly my strong suit. Oh gosh, we got choices. I was sleeping in a tree. This is probably not right. It sure looked like you just popped out of nowhere. You imagined it. I am God, dude. It might have, knowing this game. Oh no, it didn't? No, I was hoping that it would have actually, okay. I wanna actually have it, wait, autosave. Yes, it did, okay. Oh, it's running out of autosave slots. Okay, but yeah, it did. I can do that real quick. Because that's probably the wrong choice, but I want to see. I am God. Did the throw break? Ah! No, okay. It didn't super break. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Ah! Maybe because it was not at the beginning.
Michelle, even I wouldn't believe you if you told me that.
I already regret it. You're one of those pagan missionaries, aren't you? Here to spread the word of some other new god. And now he thinks I'm loony. I should get going. Hold on, you can't leave until I made a better impression. My parents raised me not to talk to scary people like you. I'm with you on that one, Mr. and Mrs. Rose. Gosh, this is a disaster. I was joking. I didn't actually mean I was God. Stop looking at me like I'm mad. That still doesn't explain how you knew my name. Have you been stalking me? Why would anyone follow you around? It was all a coincidence. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. So imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name as him. Okay. We'll go with that for now. He would probably trust a bear before me at this point. Anyway, it would seem like Morgana's I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice. Regardless, you wouldn't have any luck converting anyone here anyway. Again, I'm not... Wait, hold on. Why do you say that? Everyone around here worships the Saintess. Sometimes I think she's got more followers than God the Father himself. She's practically her own religious figure. The Saintess? You've never heard of her? She's a nun down at the road, or down at the church. Everyone calls her the Saintess. So he's not talking about Morgana. No, actually I have heard tales of her. I would be surprised if you hadn't. Anyway, in a few days we're going to hold a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest. So while that's going on, I don't think you'll have much luck proselytizing. I'm forever doomed to be a missionary in his mind now, aren't I? When exactly is this harvest festival? In 3 days. You should stick around for it. 3 days. Morgana died when the bell tolled noon on the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left. This will be the first time we've held the festival, so everyone's excited to make it a big event, and I accidentally pressed the button. Something really memorable. And a young girl dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration.
If her death is 3 days from now, that might give us enough time to do something about it.
Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I would like to join in on the festivities.
Sure, yeah.
Of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and heathen missionaries alike.
It's not far. Follow me.
Thank you. It didn't occur to me until now, but this is a strange experience. This is a boy from a completely different time period who I would never had the opportunity to meet. If he's here, then presumably the other two are as well. which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. This smell doesn't even like any different, or doesn't seem like any different person. Talk, brain, read correctly. This smell doesn't seem like any different a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. I have trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself, though. I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. Plus, we managed to make contact with Mel in record time. She's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this just doesn't feel strange to her.
You don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again. That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it?
Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me?
How are you doing that?
I, have a lot of experience with talking to ghosts.
That
Really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion. Were you not familiar? Were you not in similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together?
Yeah, now that you mention it, what a bizarre time we've had in this mansion.
You're just now realizing this? So, what's your impression of him?
My impression? That he's the same Mel as always?
In a little more detail? Claiming your god is the best icebreaker, right? Especially when he was just like, oh, you're trying to convert people. That makes sense.
He's an amicable young man, nice enough to show a complete stranger around.
I agree. In Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious.
He had to have had a reason.
And we need to figure out what that was. The question is, how do we go about it? We hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us himself. I'll just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use.
Oh, that reminds me.
Something that might explain it?
No, about Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right?
Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it.
Whenever?
For the most part, yes. Anytime she wanted. Giselle?
You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut, promise.
What?
You said you feel like you're alive again, right?
My 5 senses all seem to be in working order.
Which means you'll be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll, you know.
Huh?
You'll have to go to the bathroom. I'll be polite and close my eyes and plug my ears while you're doing it.
Thanks? What would possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying?
Oh gosh, now I'm as red as a tomato.
That answers that. Moving right along, we need to discuss how we're going to go about this.
Right, that.
The Harvest Festival is our deadline, which doesn't give us very much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion.
How about we spill their secret? Tell everyone about the girl they'd locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that.
Perhaps, but would anybody believe me? If I walked in and said I came from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that?
Sure, with enough convincing.
Just looks into the camera. Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked in Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Mel should have one of them, but stealing his alone wouldn't be enough to get into the tower.
True.
If Giselle is right and we can save Morgana and change the future, then that would indeed solve everything, but something about this whole situation doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well, as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I would like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible from now.
Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help.
I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit.
Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something silly.
it's a bit too late if I've already said that, or I've already said it. Anyway, step 1 is to get ourselves into the mansion. We can't hope to make contact with with the other 2 men, much less get Morgana out there, if we're not staying nearby. I'll do what I can. Okay, so I like how the game is just like, hey, that was technically a trial run. A trial run. He's gonna be fine. But like, now your choices are important. Oh. We're almost there. See the big building in the distance? It's the church. It is the same mansion as I suspected. Seeing it now, knowing what horrible things happened in there, is so disheartening. Are happening as we speak. In the tower we see in the distance, Morgana's locked up all alone. I wish we could just march up in there and set her free. It's getting into the tower, or if getting into the tower were our only goal, we could probably force our way in with a little work. Is something the matter? Mel, I could probably overpower him and get his key. Hello? The other 2, that almost certainly wouldn't work for. You hear me? Oh, yes. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It seems kind of strange, doesn't it? What does? I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. At a glance, you'll think it was some noble's estate. So it does. I've spent so long there that it didn't even occur to me. I was pretty surprised when I first saw it myself. A peculiar place, all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion with this gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite the sight. Do you know why it was built like that? I'm, not exactly sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you to the chapel. The saintess should be there too, so I can introduce you. All right. I'm still thinking, like, there has to be some relevance to Javi, right? I think Javi is the only one that had a standing portrait, but, like, hasn't been super relevant, which is kind of strange. In our way to the mansion, we passed through the courtyard of sorts. When I lived there, the area was overgrown with weeds. Apparently, they keep it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. I think this is the first time we've seen this view. Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the other side of the all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble. The room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel. So this is what it used to look like. I wonder how far back this is from when we lived. It has to be more than a decade or 2. Maybe 100 years? Or more? The views and belief about the world prevalent in our time are not so different from those of this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted. The stained glass window is behind the pulpit, I'm guessing, though we can't see it from here. And right next to it is the door to the observation tower. There she is. There's no priest here. She runs the church. You'll want to talk to her first if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you. Whisking his way between the pews, the boy disappears into the back of the chapel, returning with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment. Good afternoon. You came to see the festival, I hear. It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is? I'm all but certain at this point that all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain in the mansion, but also the women who were all an important part of their lives. Though dressed differently, the way she speaks and the way she holds herself resembles the woman killed by her lover behind the second door. I guess also Maria. So Javi and Maria are like, I guess they'd be somewhere in here, right? They're all connected.
What we thought were 3 separate tales all stretch back to a single point in time before our own. Is there something the matter?
No. I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church all by herself.
Ah, yes. That's the usual reaction from new visitors. Even I think this assignment is a bit over my head.
Assignment?
Ah, well, I was at another church before this one, a smaller church, and I wasn't the only nun, but the Lord of the Land ordered me to transfer to a new, larger church he was opening. So, here I am.
Lord.
There's plenty of space on the property, more than enough to provide shelter for orphaned children and aid for the sick.
It seems rather vacant from what I've seen.
Yes, about that. We used to take people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late.
What kind of circumstances?
It's not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry.
I'm guessing this has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here.
Do you think she knows about Morgana?
I would guess not. Men swore to keep it between the 3 of them.
So she's being forced to oversee the mansion completely oblivious to what's happening here.
Which isn't to say that she's not connected to it in some way. If she's the girl from the second tale, then she should be close with...
Is something troubling you?
No, my apologies. I got lost in thought.
You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you?
Daydreamer?
Mel would fit that description much better.
Mel would fit that description much better. I like how I messed up like in the same way.
What? Why? Do I look like that much of an airhead? Oh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds.
I really don't think I'm that spacey.
I'm not trying to say you're spacey. I just feel like I've got to keep one eye on you at all times. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like.
I'm an oldest child, you know.
What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister? Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to be just a capital S sister to you. That's so stiff and formal. Now I want to be your sister.
I'm a little too old to be playing make-believe with someone who isn't actually my sister.
Oh, come on.
They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem.
Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother, then?
What? Just the silent stares.
Will you?
I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. You don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Your youngest child insecurity showing.
What? Insecurity? You two are pretty good friends, huh?
We can discuss the veracity of that claim later. I would like to ask you a favor.
What is it? I'll gladly help with anything I can.
Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay. Or a source of income, for that matter. I know it would be taking advantage of your generosity, but I only mean to intrude for a few days.
I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at another time. But right now, I can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry.
Well, dang, so much for that.
Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. Put on a show. Earn her sympathy. She's a lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid.
Put on a show? You expect me to... Why is it doing it again? Why? Put on a show. You expect me to act? I'm having another episode. The micro. It's It's a bug that I had, like, I think a year ago, where my audio drivers just, like, were breaking. I did something to fix it, but I guess it's not wanting to stay anymore. So it just disconnected my headphones and also my microphone. I'm having another episode and I was so sure this church would be able to help. That's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet, you. He was perfectly fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the ailing and needy, but regrettably for the time being, we are unable to take anyone in. What I can do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let people stay here with the Lord's generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. I wonder if the error is like with the USB ports. So all you do here then is give people medication? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so I assume it's just a temporary measure and we'll be able to take people in again before long. And with how much he's done for the church, it's not really my place to complain about his decisions. I truly am sorry. I hope you understand. I'm supposed to ask for a tithe in exchange normally, but just this once. It's yours, free of charge. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood? It's not real blood, of course. That's just what it's called. That's what I've been told, anyway. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. What do you... sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? I don't think I mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. We've got a lot of catching up to do. All right. Hey, come on, this way. Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him, and now he's incredibly leery of you. When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't stop myself. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Mel doesn't say a word the entire time. His smile has retreated, and there's a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. I spent the trek through the mansion's corridors, pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming. How to solve the problem I put myself in. I entered the bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I can see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. I have to ask. Who exactly are you? Why did you say that back there? That Saint's blood is actual blood? In response to his pressing, I'll tread carefully. We don't have much time, but it's in our best interest to tread carefully. There's too much we don't know yet. It would not be wise to make a rash decision. With him as tense and suspicious as he is right now, it won't be easy to get his key or persuade him to tell us how he ended up here. Furthermore, my experiences with the Three Shades tell me that if I'm not careful, I could be putting myself in unimaginable danger. A brief flash of what might have happened had I spoken too soon crosses my mind, sending a chill down my spine. If I want to get Mel on my side, I'm going to need something decisive. Something that'll convince him that he needs to come clean and set Morgana free. Regardless, being cautious isn't going to mean much if I can't get them to let us stay in the mansion. We need to be nearby to keep an eye on things, gather information. How to go about that, though? I'm assuming he's not voluntarily involved. Maybe all we have to do is ask for his help in setting Morgana free and he'll work with us? Perhaps. Being so direct will only invite more suspicion, but she's probably on the right track. When I met his shadow, it was burdened with great regret. He begged me to help him. My remark about the saint's blood was based on stories I once heard about a person whose blood was said to have healing properties. Stories? Maybe they haven't made it out this far. I don't know, but they tell of a girl born in a distant village, a saint and the daughter of God. I thought that perhaps the nun might be the saint spoken of in the stories, and I was hoping for the opportunity to see a miracle performed with my own eyes. I have to say, you looked more angry than excited. I didn't hide it very well, I guess. Maybe it appeared that way to you, but I've never had a very friendly face. If you say so, as long as you're telling the truth. I myself have to wonder, why did my remark seem to bother you so much? What? Is there something more to the saint's blood than you've been telling me? No. Something that would make you want to get me alone and interrogate me? There's nothing. I just, didn't want to scare off anyone with all the talk of blood, since there's not actually any in it. And I didn't know about the stories, so my goodness, I just exploded. Nothing changed. Didn't know about the stories, so it's just medicine, I swear. As you say. It's got nothing to do with the saint in your stories. To change the subject, could I ask you to convince the nun to allow me to stay here? Huh? Weren't you listening? We can't take anyone in right now. Which is why I'm asking for your recommendation. You live on the premises, don't you? I'm more a supervisor of sorts. Then you should have some say in the matter. Why? Until the Harvest Festival is all I'm asking. Why not get a room at the inn? If you need money, I'll spare you some coin. I must stay in this mansion. But why? Those are my instructions. What? You know the stained glass window in the chapel behind the pulpit? I was named after the Archangel Michel depicted there. The angel came to me in a vision, instructing me to watch over the festival here. From where you were standing, you couldn't possibly have seen the window in that much detail. You couldn't... Oh, I get it. You've been to the church before, and you're just acting like you haven't. There was a metal door off to the side, leading to the observation tower. Yeah? You can see the tower from outside. Inside is a long spiral staircase. Not made of stone, but wood. Michelle, I don't think this is treading carefully. I think this is actually just telling him everything. There's a single door at the top of the stairs. How? What are you really here for? All that vision stuff is a lie. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I am on your side. You show up out of nowhere and expect me to believe your nonsense? All I ask for you is to allow me to stay until the day of the festival. If you can do that for me, then I'll make you the promise I could not before. I have not forgotten your pleas for salvation. I know you want to be free. Let me guess. You saw that in a vision too. If you want to call it that, then you can. I've never asked once for you to save me. You're mad. But fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. If I say you're a friend, the Saintess should be willing to accommodate you. Wait, I already told you you were my friend, didn't I? I'll try and persuade her. I don't know what your deal is, but try not to cause any trouble, okay? For your own sake. I wouldn't, or I won't. Only until the festival. You're not getting another day out of me or her. And this isn't your home, so don't act like it is. Of course. Thank you. You know, I never did get your name. We told you that we were named after the Archangel Michelle. So... It's Michelle. Ah, right. After the Archangel Michelle. Just like you said. I've never really cared much for Michelle, to be honest. He weighs your souls in he weighs your soul in one hand and on his perfectly balanced scales, and then delivers its punishment with the sword on his other. He's not an angel of salvation. Out of curiosity, could you perhaps be... no, never mind. It's turned into a bit of a storage area, but there's an open room you can use. I'll show you the way. I appreciate your courtesy. Yes, we got in! We got in! Mission passed! I really wish that my audio wouldn't stop doing this. I wonder how to fix it. I wonder how to fix it. The only thing I can think of doing... it has to be the USBs. It has to be the USBs. Because it's disconnecting my headset and also my microphone. I don't know. I just really, I hope it keeps coming back with the desktop audio and doesn't like just break everything like it did before. Oh, this is just lovely. There are cracks in the ceiling and the walls peeling off. There is a bed at least, but it's coated in dust. This is a storeroom, or there was a storeroom where I lived when I lived here, as I recall. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bad room for you on purpose, I promise. New external audio card would help? Maybe. I don't really know, but maybe. Because it used to be, I wonder, actually. Maybe if I unplug some other USBs. And okay. Okay. Hopefully that works. I unplugged my little USB hub. Hopefully that helps. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bad room for you on purpose, I promise. If you want to sleep somewhere more comfortable, you're not going to find that here. Casual thinking Zeph noises, yeah. Just because the audio keeps cutting out. I'm hoping that me plugging or unplugging the USB hub might help. Fingers crossed, thank you, buddy. Not a problem. I'm grateful to have a room at all. If you say so. Well, I have work to do, so I should be on my way. I'll talk to the Saintess as promised. I imagine she'll make supper for you at some point. But do keep your crazy talk to yourself around her. I'll make note of it, thank you. See you. We made it work. Somehow. It's a lot of pressure being under that much suspicion, huh? My heart was pounding the whole time. And that Archangel, Michelle came to me in a vision stuff. I never expected you to go there. Why'd you tell him that anyway? Because I didn't think telling him I know the future and I need your help to change it would have gone over very well. Besides, those who yearn for redemption have a tendency to latch on to the spiritual. I thought taking advantage of that would work to our benefit.
You know, I bet you'd make a pretty good con artist, Michelle.
I did what I thought was necessary.
I know. Besides, you have every intention of keeping your promise, don't you?
Whether or not Mel can be saved is up to him. I will lend him my hand, though.
Oh, you say it's all on him, but deep down, you know it. You know you're on his side. We're complete strangers to the smell, but I can't bring myself to think of him that way. We just met today, but it feels like reuniting with an old friend. He's the same old Mel.
And you were actually there, a part of his life, where I imagine, which makes...
I can't read now all of a sudden. Hello, nobody. How are you doing?
My goodness, that is the two sides of me just
and
which I imagine makes the sentiment a lot stronger. Must fight Yakuza Drago. Time for reading practice, right?
You don't feel the same way?
I don't think of him as a total stranger, no. However,
You're well, I'm good too.
my audio was giving me some sass, but it's been behaving after I unplugged a USB hub, so that might have been the issue. That might have been the issue. Because I remember when I was first having the audio issue, there was a Reddit post that was like, oh yeah, the headphones are taking too much power from your USB, and so when I turned off the lights, it was like, oh yeah, that fixed it. So I'm thinking just like too much power was going to the front of the case. Oh gosh.
カイジャリ水魚のするこい松浦が松フライ松くんなるところにそぼところやぶるくじのボルクチパイパパイパパイパのシューリンガンのグリーンでグリーンでポクリビーのポケマルチョケマルチョスケ
I did terrible, I'm so sorry. How is game so far? We're in happy time now. We're not in sad time yet. Or we're not in sad time. I don't think we're in happy time quite yet. We got reunited with Giselle, but she is now a ghost. And we are in the past to save Morgana, so all this stuff doesn't happen. So we're doing our best. Nothing. I was about to say something incredibly cynical, but I caught myself. Did Aimee die? Sadly, no. He participated in the crucifixion. It was a bad time.
What?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
If you say so.
I was always the one with nothing to offer, powerless to be of anyone's help. So if anything's motivating me, it's not concern for the boy, but a desire to prove that someone like me can do something.
It didn't take much arm twisting to get him to give us a room, so who knows? Maybe he'll come over to our side easier than either of us expect.
Him giving us a room was not simply out of kindness. Keeping me nearby allows him to keep an eye on me. He doesn't trust me, but he also doesn't know enough about me to decide what to do yet. He needs time, and doing this gives him that time. If he decides keeping me around is not to his advantage, he will act accordingly.
Do you really think he'll do anything to hurt you? Mel's a kind boy, and, well, to be frank, I don't think he has the spine for it.
It's hard to say. But even if he doesn't, we still have the two other men to worry about. Nevertheless, his cooperation will undoubtedly be the easiest of the three to gain. We were fortunate to run into him first.
What makes you say that?
Do you ever have a chance to see the shadows trapped in the mansion, or did you rather?
Shadows? I must have, but around the time Hayden Rhodes passed away. I wasn't really there anymore.
I stopped thinking, stopped trying to make sense of the things inhabiting the house. I became merely another part of the cursed mansion. I was only able to converse with them after I had reclaimed myself. I suppose, much like the rules differ between the realms of the living and the dead, so too do they differ for those who have lost their grip on reality. As I was searching for a way to get you out of the tower, I encountered and spoke with the 3 men's shadows. Of the 3, Mel was the least threatening. He bears a great deal of regret. He yearns for someone to save him. I heard him muttering, "This isn't what I wanted." He doesn't want to be involved in this. Someone else is holding the reins. My first guess would be the Lord, but regardless, they are not equals in this endeavor. If he wants out, then maybe he would have agreed to help, if we told him we're here to save Morgana. Carelessly revealing our hand at this stage does not seem wise. It would have never gotten to the point if we were so easy to stop. So I guess our first task is to earn Mel's trust. Morgana's death is in 3 days. We have until then to get all 3 keys.
It won't be easy. I mean, we weren't even present in this world until today.
Exactly. We have no one to vouch for us, no one who even knows who we are. But we have knowledge, quite a bit of it, in fact. We not only know what happens in this era, but you showed me their next lives as well. From that, we can deduce how they might behave and to whom they have ties.
You're right, we do. We know things we should have no way of knowing, and we can use that knowledge to our advantage. Their various interpersonal relationships are where we can get that edge, I think. They each have their own reasons for locking Morgana up, and if I'm right, they're doing it for other people. If these powerful bonds, or it's these powerful bonds driving them, Mel's driving force would be his sister, for instance.
Are they mere bonds, or is it fate that ties them together? You're right. We should find and talk to his sister. Mel is more likely to act if it's coming from her than us.
I agree. If his darling sister tells them to stop, he won't have any reason to continue his involvement.
Knowing how the first tale ended makes me slightly uncertain, but for now, we can work under the assumption that he does genuinely care for her.
What do you want to bet that she's somewhere nearby? I mean,
she will be. It was her death that sparked the chaos on the day of the Harvest Festival.
Right. It was. No, you're exactly right. But what I was going to say is that people tend to keep those that they care about most close by.
It would appear I have a bad tendency to focus too much on the facts. That was entirely unnecessary of me. Giselle did not need to remind me of that. I'm sorry.
Huh? What for?
For being careless with my words. Inconsiderate.
No need to apologize for the truth. Besides, you inconsiderate are like oil and water.
And today you're the fire to my oil.
We have 3 days to stop this tragedy. Let's get to work.
Let's. We'll probably have more luck asking than just searching for her. If we can't find Mel, the nun might know.
Off we go.
This is gonna take a while, I can tell. As I step into the chapel, I see an old man waving at the nun as he heads from the door. The man is practically beaming, and judging from the vial in his hand, he's happy about more than simply having the chance to see her. Is that saint's blood? According to Morgana's account, a disease began spreading through the city at the Harvest Festival, eventually eradicating the population. In a time like this, where medical knowledge is so limited, a plague would almost be unstoppable. And the sight of so many people dying so quickly could appear to them the work of a demon or a curse.
We come from the future, so we know just how dangerous this is.
But they have no idea. Morgana described it as a tale that could only be taken place in the era of miracles and spirituality. And about that, she couldn't be more right.
Could we maybe warn everyone against taking the medicine? I assume the sickness was caused by them ingesting the blood at any rate. It's not medicine that they're being given.
a bottled disease, like some sick joke. If we could convince them to stop taking saint's blood, then maybe that would prevent the city from being destroyed. But the fact that it's being distributed in the house of the Lord and peddled as a miracle cure may play right into their deep-rooted spirituality. Would it even be possible to convince them otherwise? If you told me this was would be a trans-affirming time travel story at the beginning, I would be skeptical. Right? Just heckin' time-traveling, trans-affirming, oh gosh, religious trauma story. But also, like, a story of hope, I guess. That's how it described it. And besides, it's not them we came here to save, but no, that's veering too far off our intended path. We need to find the truth and save Morgana's soul. Putting ourselves out like that is only going to get us unwanted attention, make people suspicious, and we don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's just... knowing what they're doing to themselves, I couldn't help but think that maybe there was something we could do. Especially considering just how it all turns out.
I understand the sentiment. Or rather, I understand your reasoning. But for me, Morgana takes priority over any of them. And you over everything. Releasing Morgana's soul should save yours as well, Giselle. If we can eliminate the mansion's darkness, then you won't have to be trapped in as it's made. I have no interest in being the hero of the masses. Let's go ask about Mel's sister, then.
Okay.
I turn my gaze back towards the nun to find her kneeling in one of the pews. She bows her head and begins to whisper a prayer. There is no one else in the chapel. Now's the perfect time to ask. Hearing me approach, she falls silent and turns to face me, wearing her usual disarming smile.
Hello, Michelle. Mel was just here. He told me everything. Can't turn away a friend of Mel's, now can we? Sorry for turning you down earlier.
No worries. I did a poor job of explaining myself.
So, did you need something? Let me guess, medicine?
No, I'm in perfectly good health.
I figured you were lying.
I can ask her about Saint's blood some other time. And while I have the number of questions about the man she's close to right now, Mel's sister is priority. Are you familiar with Mel's younger sister? She has flaxen hair, much like him.
Oh, you mean Nellie? Are you her friend too?
I would say we're more...
You're better off just saying you're friends.
Friends, yes.
What about her?
I would like to speak with her, and I was wondering if you might know where I could find her.
Nellie should be down at the cottage, I believe.
The cottage?
Yep, that's where I stay too. I don't sleep in the mansion myself.
So you don't live here but only work here?
Right. For one, there are men who live here. The Lord likes to show up on occasion too, and we can't have a nun wandering around while he's here.
So you and Nellie live together then?
Yep. We have for about 6 months or so, ever since she and Mel showed up. I wanted to let her stay with her brother. But since this is technically church property, we have to keep the boys and girls separate.
I see.
I'm so glad to hear Nellie's got a friend, though.
What?
She's not from around here, so she doesn't have many acquaintances, and with how sick she can get, she doesn't spend much time outside, which is a shame because she's such a sweet little girl. I'm her friend, of course, but I've got responsibilities. I can only be around so often. So I'm sure she'd be delighted to have someone else to talk to.
It would be my pleasure. Could you, tell me the way to the cottage then?
Oh, sure. It's not that far from here. You go down...
The directions I got from the nun led me to a place I know from my own time. It's the same building where the man who had been ordered to keep me under surveillance stayed. The sunlight seeps relentlessly through the trees, and I find myself having to look down at my feet as I follow the path. It's blindingly bright, painful.
How are you holding up, Michelle?
I'll be all right. The sun's past its peak. In a few hours, it won't be nearly as bad.
Don't you push yourself, okay?
Okay. The trek is a reminder of just how inconvenient my body always was, and having this chance to experience being alive again comes with both the good parts and the bad. But now is hardly the time to complain about my sensitivity to the sun. It's not long before we reach the clearing, a small cottage surrounded by a small garden coming into view, and crouching by a flower bed, picking flowers, was the flaxen-haired girl. Are you Nellie? Though several details of her appearance didn't match my memory of her, she still had that distinct hair. It could be nobody else. This Nellie is considerably thinner and looks rather frail, the effects of her being ill, I presume.
Who are you?
My name is Michelle. I have a few questions to ask you. Can we talk for a bit? I would have thought she would have said something by now.
You're being way too blunt, Michelle. You've gone and scared her.
What else was I supposed to say?
You have to approach slowly, carefully. Go on, give her a smile. A nice, soft smile.
He's just like, I haven't smiled in like years. How do I do that? Smile. I'm only here to talk. There's nothing to be afraid of. Look how awkward he looks.
Okay, that's definitely not a nice smile. I can't even see it and I can still tell.
What did you expect? I can't smile on demand.
Eek, it's a bad man! A bad man has come to kidnap me! Save me, dearest Mel, before this bad man does bad things to me.
Calm down, please. I'm not going to do anything to you.
Eek, don't get any closer. I know you're trying to do bad things to me.
I'm not going to do bad things to you. I couldn't even if I wanted to.
Don't move or I'll call the guards on you.
But please calm down. I mean no harm, honestly.
That's what all men say, or all bad men say.
No, Giselle, don't just watch. This would be a fantastic time for a little advice.
Got it. Maybe she'll calm down if you mention Mel?
You're a genius. I'm a friend of Mel's. He was telling me about you and how you wanted someone to talk to. He asked me to keep you company.
Mel asked you? To come talk to me?
He did. Do you trust me now?
That makes you his friend, then.
As much as it pains me to admit.
Michelle! What on earth possessed you to say that?
Slip of the tongue.
You and him. Huh. Is that so?
I'm just imagining like that one scene from the real-time fandom Sonic where Amy's just looking the one girl up and down. It's like,
Yep, I can kill you.
yes?
You're pretty old to be a friend of my Mel. Are you really, really, really his friend?
Really?
Then prove it.
How so?
If you're really his friend, then you should be able to tell me all about him.
Why in God's name would you ever subject me to that?
Do you not like Mel, Michelle?
That's not it. We're just incompatible.
Okay, here we go. First question. What does my Mel like most of all?
You. Nellie.
You think so too? You think I'm his favorite thing in the whole wide world? I like to believe that's what he thinks. I think it'd be wonderful if I could always be his number one.
Her excessive love for her brother is still out in full force, I see. Just,
what's his favorite thing?
I am God, do not question me.
Second question. What kind of person is my Mel?
A prince. A nice guy.
That's right. He's a very nice guy. He can have his head in the clouds sometimes, but other than that, he's perfect. You know your stuff. You know your lore.
To be honest, I was just saying what you wanted to hear. Why did you say that out loud? Me and my big mouth.
Okay, final question. Describe what he looks like for me.
Flaxen hair. Oh. He's decently handsome.
Isn't he? He's like a modern day Adonis.
That might be a bit of a stretch.
Mel could be a prince in a fairy tale. He's got the most perfect face.
May I ask you something? Are you always this delusional? You do realize he's still growing, right? And that can change a man in unimaginable ways. He could end up 2 heads taller, shoulders twice as broad, covered in muscle before you realize what's happening. Or he could be like me, and he could wake up with 2 obese rats. It could be the opposite of me. And body hair. Lots of that. Facial hair is as thick as these woods. Would you still consider Mel your prince if that were to happen to him?
Mel, with a beard and muscles. I won't have it. That's not my Mel at all. He needs to stay a baby.
You're heading into dangerous waters, Mel.
My Mel would never, ever grow a beard. I'll pray every day to make sure of it. And he won't get all big and muscly either. There's nothing princely about any of that.
I wouldn't mind some muscles myself.
Out of curiosity, did you ever want to be buff like that, Michelle?
Well, yes, of course. Every man wants to be strong and well built. I don't think a beefy look would look good on you. Or would work on you.
Well, that's the last of my questions. You're not a complete stranger, it seems. Sure, why not? You could be my Mel's friend.
Why, thank you.
This is great. I was sure you were a bad man.
Why is that the first impression everyone has of me? Is that I'm never someone decent? Or, yeah. Same diff.
Any friend of Mel's must be a good person. No, an amazing person. As long as they're not a lady, because then they're gonna steal my Mel away from me.
That's quite the faith you have in him.
Why wouldn't I? He's my big brother.
That's some circular logic.
Is it just you? Is Mel not coming?
He's rather busy at the moment.
Oh, he always has something to take care of, that Mel. He's hardly given me any attention these past couple months. But that's okay, because today I've got you to keep me company.
Yes, you do. I can't stay long, though.
All right, just stay until sundown then. You have something you wanted to ask of me, didn't you? Well, if you're not a good enough friend, if you're a good enough friend, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
And how do I go about that?
Talking. Lots and lots of talking. You have to keep me entertained.
You're asking far too much of me.
She's not asking much at all. She just wants to talk.
Do you think someone who spent 13 years in isolation knows the first thing about holding a pleasant conversation?
Hey now, I was there for a year of that. I'll help you come up with topics, so go on. Do you not want to talk to me?
No, I do. I'm just not much of a conversationalist.
Oh, okay. So instead of talking, you can sing. I've never seen a minstrel before, but I've always wanted to know what kinds of songs they sing. Will you show me?
I've never seen one myself either, but I have heard secondhand accounts of the songs of the traveling jongleurs? Very well then. I'll teach you a song an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling.
Whee! I can't wait!
Here goes. I think we did a bad job. The silence is deafening.
I'm shocked. I don't think I've ever heard someone sing so badly.
Me neither. I'm flabbergasted. Let's hear you try then.
That's enough singing for today. I don't want my ears to fall off.
What a vicious little girl.
I know. Let's bake something.
Bake something?
Yep. come on inside. I made some nice jam earlier today. I want to make it into a pretty little pie. You get to help me with that.
I'm not much of a.
Come on, get a move on. You either help or you don't get to be my friend.
As you wish.
That is not going to end well.
I don't think we did a good job again. Yep.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How on earth do you manage to turn a pie into this monstrosity?
It's that like classic green and purple censored like smoke coming out of it. I gave it my best shot.
There's only one explanation. You're possessed.
It's true, he is. But I'm a pretty good chef. Michelle's just naturally terrible at it. God, could this get any worse?
I can't give this to Mel. Jerk, dimwit, loser.
Who's this? Were you here with the siblings that the sister liked the brother a whole lot? That's basically her. Just in the olden days. 500 years-ish in the past. I'm sorry.
Ugh. Well, I guess we've got no choice but to eat it ourselves. I'll set the table.
What?
And I'll make us some tea while I'm at it. You know, I've always dreamed of this. Sitting around a table with a friend, having snacks and just talking.
Oh?
Yep. And for that, I can deal with a little awful, disgusting pie. It's just too bad I couldn't share it with my Mel, too.
I see.
For all her complaining, she seems to be enjoying herself. I could only imagine how lonely she must be out here. While she may act all bright and cheerful, beneath it is a real sense of isolation.
The same can be said about the girl behind the first door. As vivacious and pushy as she can be, you could see hints of loneliness behind it all. Her brother was practically all she had when she lived in the mansion. But if I were to guess, that's not the life she really wanted. I bet she would prefer to be able to go out and play with friends. Being born into a noble family takes away a lot of your freedom. Even in such drastically different time periods, she's still the same girl inside. Actually, maybe the parallels extend beyond her as a person and into the courses of her two different lives. Perhaps that means all those who were reconstructed at Morgana's wish are destined to lead similar lives. Though destined might be putting it too nicely. Nellie. I would be glad to lend you my ear if you would like. You can talk about the weather or your brother, anything you want.
You will? Great! Take a seat. I will tell you everything about my brother. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I've got lots I want to talk about. More than you could possibly imagine. There was this one time, and you'll never guess what Mal said next. And that I mean more to him than anyone in the world. So I'm growing flowers out in the garden, right? Well, I've got enough. When I've got enough of them, I'm going to make a big bouquet and give it to Mel. Back at home, we got this really, really big yard with this huge tree we used to take naps under when it was nice out. So, what do you think about the tea I made? Flower petals, what really ties it all together. Oh, and you won't believe what happened after that.
When you isolate an extrovert and they're just like, please let me talk. I'm scratching at the walls, please.
Here for another cup of tea? I'll make as much as you can drink.
No, I'm fine. I feel like all I did was nod and listen, and the bulk of it was about Mel, no less.
I haven't talked that much in ages. Time sure flew by, huh? The sun's starting to set.
What do you and the nun not talk much?
We do, but it's kind of... I don't know. Not really the same with her. It just feels, I guess, like she's too important for me to waste her time, being the lady in charge of the church and pretty much the whole estate.
And what about Mel? Does he not visit you very often?
No, he does. He comes to see me a lot.
And then why?
He hasn't been himself lately. The old Mel would happily listen to whatever I had to say, but now he seems kind of distracted? It sounds like he's really busy. When he visits, he doesn't stay for long, and he has to go back to the mansion at night. I'll try to get him to stay longer, but it never works. And he always avoids the questions when I ask him why he can't. It feels like he's hiding something.
Knowing what he's hiding, I can understand why he wouldn't want to talk about it. He can never tell his precious little sister that he and 2 other men have a girl locked in a tower, and that he's stealing her blood for her sake.
I wish things could have just stayed the way they were before.
The way they were before?
When it was just the 2 of us living together. I know we're more stable here, and I can get the medicine I need from the church, but I'd rather stay being sick than be so alone.
You say you came here around 6 months ago?
Yep, it was just the 2 of us back before that. Well, before that, at our old house, we had a bunch of servants, but I never really liked it there either.
Face looks squishable, but I also look like I'm just like not paying attention. Head empty. It is going good. We are talking to ye old brother liker.
I never really liked it there either. With that many people around, I just felt more alone. I liked it so much better when it was just me and Mel.
Is that really what you want? To be sick and in constant pain?
It's better than being alone. Mel just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that the loneliness is so much worse. Or maybe it's just a guy thing. They don't get what it's like to be ignored. What it feels like to be left in the dark, not knowing anything.
We don't understand, no. We think saving their lives matters above all.
Huh?
Even if there's a cost to saving a life, we're incapable of gauging how great it is. We're unable to see how egotistical, how self-serving our actions are.
Are you talking about yourself?
The same could be said of Mel, I imagine, as well.
Mel's still around, though. He's there, but it's like he's trying to avoid me. All I want is for him to be here, to be with me. That's all I really want. He doesn't even have to be a perfect fairy tale prince.
Have you ever told him that?
What?
Have you ever told him that he doesn't have to be the perfect brother? That you'd be happy with just having him here? Have you ever put those feelings into words?
I'm always telling him I want him around.
And that he doesn't have to be your prince to do so?
He's already said he will be my prince, and he always smiles whenever I talk about it. So how am I supposed to turn around and say he doesn't have to be my prince anymore?
I know it's not your intention to force an ideal image onto him, but unconsciously, subconsciously, that's what you're doing when you talk about that. And Mel, he's trying to meet those expectations. Actually, he may not be conscious about it himself. And he just believes deep down that that's the kind of person he's supposed to be. Or more accurately, he seems to have a need to make himself look good to others. He believes that if he's good to others, he'll be good to himself in return, or they'll be good to him in return.
Am I a burden?
I can assure you, he's better off with you around.
But I am a burden to him right now, aren't I? Be honest with me.
Yes, you are.
Does Mel not like me anymore? Is that why he's been avoiding me?
I promise you that's not the case. At the very least, he's doing what he's doing now because of how much he cares about you.
You promise?
I promise.
Hmm. love him. I love my Mel so very much. Too much, in fact. To be honest, I know I do. I understand that, really. I know I'm making his life difficult. But Mel's all I have.
Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Oh! Ajima, help! Oh, my bones creaking. Oh, that's a good stretch, though. Just runched over.
Okay. Mel's all that I have. He's the only person I can latch on to. And I can't control my feelings.
It can be difficult to tame your emotions at your age. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you should have taken stock of those emotions, sorted through everything you've got on your mind, and sat down with him to talk it out. Even if those things you feel seem wrong or unspeakable. You should have opened up to him, taken the time to figure out what works best for the both of you. You, too, needed to face the things you carried in your heart, the things your brother carried in his. By not doing so, you end up never quite on the same page. Small misunderstandings piling up until it all comes crashing down. If they had just talked it out, communicated their feelings to one another, maybe their tragedy could have been avoided, even with Morgana's curse in play. If Nellie had only had a chance to come to grips with her feelings for Mel, then maybe things wouldn't have escalated the way they did. Her actions that night were truly hysteric, but she wasn't always like that. That is just, like, important stuff. Just, like, talk it out. I'm sorry. That was out of line. None of this is any of my business, I know.
No need to apologize. You're a very curious man, you know that? We only met a couple of hours ago, but you talk like you've known me my whole life. It's like you can hear everything I'm thinking, see everything in my heart. Did Mel tell you all of that?
No, he did not tell me much.
I didn't think so. He doesn't know me that well. It's not too late, is it? If I talk to him, really tell him how I feel, do you think Mel will listen?
I know he will.
It won't make things worse? It won't make him uncomfortable?
There's a chance that rifts may form at first, but those cracks can be filled again. And I promise you, the result will be something much better than if you held them in. It will all work out.
Okay. Next time I see Mel, I'll tell him. I'll tell him he doesn't have to try to be my prince.
Good.
You really are a curious man. You're the first person to ever talk to me like I'm a real person. Everyone loves to say how sweet and adorable I am, but that's it. I was only ever their make-believe princess.
You are a real person, I assure you.
Thanks. You know, after talking to you, I'm feeling a whole lot better, like I can do anything. I'm glad you came by today.
And I'm glad I could meet you in person.
It's weird. It really feels like we've known each other our entire lives.
I've known you for some time. Or perhaps I should say, what you will become.
Huh?
Oh, no, ignore me.
Was that supposed to be a pickup line? Bad, Michelle. I'm still too young for that.
No, I wasn't...
And now you're getting flustered.
I swear that's not what that was.
I know. Geez, do you really think I trust you that little?
Sorry.
Oh, I just had the most wonderful idea.
Oh?
Yep.
Instead of being my friend, I'll let you be something even better. You're my second brother. Ooh.
Second brother?
brother is much more special to me than a friend. Though obviously you can't be my number one.
I'm blanking.
She's taken a liking to you. This is good for us.
I'm not sure how I feel about her putting so much trust in me so quickly, though.
The amount of time it takes isn't important. What matters is that you listened to her, you understand her, and you treated her like a real person. In her eyes, you're someone she can depend on.
Do you not want me as your sister?
Actually, I was the youngest child, so having a younger sibling would be...
Would be what? Come on, spit it out.
It would be... rather nice.
You bet it would. Who wouldn't want an adorable little sister like me?
That's a bit narcissistic, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's true, isn't it? Come on, tell me I'm adorable, dearest Mel.
Or dearest Michelle. I got so used to saying dearest Mel for her.
What? Well, don't just stare at me. If my Mel were here, he wouldn't bat an eye.
Please don't compare me to him. You know, now might be a good time to tell her about Morgana. Part of me feels like I would be taking advantage of her newly earned trust, but it'll certainly be easier to bring up now while she still holds me in such high regard. She's much more likely to believe me.
You're right. I agree. Now's probably the best chance you'll get, especially considering how little time we have.
I can't shake the feeling I'm rushing things, but at this point all I can do is go with it and pray it works out.
If we had time, I think we'd all like to hold off. Nellie looks like she's having so much fun, and even you seem to be enjoying yourself.
No, I'm just...
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm having fun watching you myself. Let's do it. Let's tell her about Morgana. We have to do it at some point anyway.
Yes, let's. Nellie, do you mind if I ask you a question?
What is it, dearest Michelle? Ask me anything you want.
Have you heard of something called saint's blood?
You mean the medicine?
Yes, except it's not actually...
I know, yeah. I know it's the Saintess's blood, not medicine. But no telling.
I mean, it makes sense because she was being fed the blood, like, before Morgana got brought to the church, so I think she would regretfully know.
You what? One day before we moved here, when it was just me and Mel, the Saintess came to visit. My mind had been all foggy for a long time, like I was not quite asleep, but not quite awake either. But when I heard her soft, pleasant voice, the fog cleared up a bit. And then she performed a miracle for me. Blood is awful and gross and terrible, but the Saintess's, hers is different.
It is interesting she only knows like half of it, actually.
Hers is pure.
So you're saying you know everything, Nellie? About the observation tower and...
Huh? The tower? What about it?
That's where they keep her.
What? No, the Saintess is always in the chapel. And she stays here with me. She comes back at nights. In fact, she should be here any minute now.
So, she thinks the Saintess is the nun and not Morgana. No, Nellie. That blood comes from...
I'm really grateful to her. She didn't just perform one miracle. She's been taking care of me while I'm here, too. So whenever I see her, I always say thank you. I thank her for sharing her blood with me. And she always says, "It's nothing," with a big smile.
Nellie, no. The nun has no idea. She just assumes Nellie's thanking her for giving her the medicine.
I owe the Saintess my life.
No, Nellie. She's not the one you should be grateful to.
Huh?
The girl you owe your life to has been locked up, suffering and alone even as we speak.
But the Saintess is at the church.
The girl who came to visit you is... The girl who came to visit you is not the nun everyone calls the Saintess. Her name is Morgana.
What are you talking about, Michelle? The Saintess is locked up? Stop that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Please believe me. While you were laying in bed, sick and barely conscious, did you get a good look at the saintess who gave you her blood? You didn't, did you? You couldn't make out any details because your mind was a haze. You had brain fog, you couldn't see anything. And then, when you arrived at this estate, you met a woman who people called the saintess, giving out medication known as saint's blood, so you assumed she was the one who cured you. That's the story you chose to believe.
If what you're saying is true, then where's the other saintess? The one who came to see me?
At the top of the mansion's observation tower. The door to the tower is locked. She's imprisoned there.
And how do you know this?
Because it wouldn't be wise to tell her I'm from the future just yet. That would only serve to confuse her further. All I need to convince her right now is that Morgana is being held in the tower. There's an idea. Perhaps I can borrow the story the white-haired girl told Mel. I received a letter.
A letter?
And there's a single window, far out of reach, in the chamber at the top of the tower. A dove flew in through the window, and she wrote a letter, tying it to the bird's leg and releasing it to the hopes someone would come set her free. I am a future man witch. That letter ended up in my hands.
If that's the case, then who locked her up? Was it the saintess, the one I know?
No, I don't believe the nun is aware. I think she simply is doing her job in good faith.
And who?
Michelle. I know very well that what I'm about to say will likely crush her, but I can't let that stop me.
Who would do such a terrible thing?
Nellie, I want you to brace yourself from what I'm about to say. Well, I mean, just say that your brother is being forced to. There are 3 men participating in Morgana's imprisonment. And one of those 3 is your brother, Mel. I understand that that's the last thing you wanted to hear, but please believe me. I would not say something so unsettling lightly. I wish to save Morgana, the true saint. And I would like your assistance. Without your help, I can't get her out of that tower. I need you to get through to Mel, otherwise both he and Morgana will remain entrapped.
That's not true.
Nellie.
You're lying. You have to be. My Mel would never do something so horrible. You're a terrible liar.
It's true. I swear to you.
You think I'm going to believe this? My Mel? My Mel's an amazing, wonderful person. He's not cruel and evil. He's good and kind like a prince. And a prince would never lock someone up.
I know you're not blind, Nellie. You can see all your prince talk has been putting pressure on him.
So? You think that's going to change my mind? He has no reason to do any of that.
But he does, Nellie. He's certainly not happy about it, no, but he's doing it for you.
Well, what do you mean?
He needs her blood to keep you healthy. So, to ensure he always had a supply.
But no, he...
And despite that, Saint's blood probably doesn't even have healing properties. No one benefits from doing this. Not you, not Mel, and certainly not Morgana. And I don't think anyone can stop him except you.
Mel won't listen to me.
Did you not just say you would talk things through with him?
Just shut up! Stop talking already! I'm done listening to you!
Nellie.
I'll never believe you. You're not my brother anymore. You're just a horrible, horrible man. Who do you think you are to march in here and try to make my Mel into the bad guy? And after I made you my second brother, what's wrong with you? I trusted you. I ate nasty pie and had tea with you. But you're just a mean, evil man here to turn me against my Mel.
I know you don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth. Every word. I beg you to open your eyes. Ask him yourself. If you don't believe me, then ask Mel about Morgana. I I'll guarantee you he'll panic.
Enough! Enough already! Get out of here! Get out this instant!
Nellie,
Don't say my name! Just go away! Get out of here! Now! I don't want to see you ever again! I should have chased you off the moment I saw you! Get out, now!
I pray you can find it in yourself to open your eyes and see the truth.
Get out!
One last thing before I go, Nellie. It was my only option, I know that. But I feel like all I accomplished by telling her was bringing her more pain. It's a difficult balance.
We just have to pray that you were able to get through to her. I'm sure she'll come around.
If only we had a little more time. In 3 days it'll all be over. Morgana and the entire web of people connected to her will die. That's not enough time. Let's return to the mansion and look for Mel. I would like to speak with him. If there's a chance we could get even the smallest bit of Nellie's feelings through to him, maybe he'll have a change of heart.
Hopefully.
It's hardly going to be elegant, but it must be done. They're not in the greatest place.
Ah, did you just get back?
The Saintess was telling me you went to see Nellie. What do you think? Sweet girl, isn't she? That she is. Though she can be a bit of a handful at times. I'm glad you can keep her company for a bit. Now, just to be sure, you kept a lid on all your crazy talk, right? She treated me to some tea, nothing more. Ah, the stuff with the flower petals in it, yeah? She thinks it's some kind of charm to make it taste better. Girls seem to have a thing for stuff like that. Mel. Could you spare a bit of time for me? We need to talk. Oh, sure. Can it wait a bit, though? I have to run a little errand after supper. When I'm done with that, I'll meet you in your room. All right. You think the errand is bringing Morgana her meal, presumably? We might be able to catch the three of them opening the door if we trail Mel.
It's too big of a risk. Mel's already wary enough as it is.
I concur. And we don't know how the other two might react either. It's best to play it safe. No one's going to come to our defense if we're caught, not at this point in time. So we'd be better off waiting in our room.
Agreed.
Yeah, basically stay there until you figure out, like, the pattern of when people go in there, and then just yoink her there and be like, hey, we're here to save you, and she'll be like, hello? The winter had receded and spring is well upon the land. There's still a sharp chill in the night air. Even with the window shut, the wind still manages to slip through the cracks, making the candle flame waver. Neither Giselle nor I say much of anything, but nevertheless, when she does speak, the sound of her voice, soft and pleasant, relaxes my nerves. The faint sound of her breathing reminds me I'm not alone, that she's there, always watching over me. When the candle is about half gone, the door swings open. Sorry it took so long. What did you want to talk about? You didn't bring anyone with you? No, I didn't. Who do you think I would bring? No one, just checking. Now, I'll get straight to the point. You're afflicted with a great deal of remorse, are you not, Mel? Pardon? I know what you're doing, what you're involved in. Huh? I know the girl at the top of the observation tower very well. Her name is Morgana, and you have her imprisoned in the tower. The door requires 3 keys to open, of which you possess one. You need her for her miracle blood. How? I came here to stop you. How do you know any of that? It's not possible she could have told anyone. Did one of them tell you? No, it wasn't them. I was told all this by Morgana herself. How could she? What I'm about to tell you is going to seem impossible, but every word of it is the truth. I'm not from this time. Many, many years after her death, Morgana's soul told me what happened to her. What are you even talking about? She's still alive. You're not from this time? What? Are you mad? Can you come up with any other explanation for how I would know everything I know? There's a single window in the room at the top of the tower. A small, insignificant thing that sits high above the wall, and entirely useless for communicating with the outside world. In 3 days' time, during the Harvest Festival, Morgana will die. And I must prevent that from happening. Prevent it? To do that, I need your key. Will you give it to me? There you go. Talking nonsense again. You know, I warned you not to kick up any dust, for your own sake. But I guess that didn't get through to you, huh? I don't care who you are or where you come from. All that matters is that you intend to stand in our way. What, do you think I'm just a helpless little boy? That you can just take my key without any trouble? Well, you'd be right about that. If it was only me, stealing my key and setting her free would be a trivial matter. But it's not only me. And the other two, they won't hesitate to kill you. Your life, anyone's life, means nothing to them. You don't know what they're like, how terrifying they can be. They're killers. I'll tell them everything you told me. I'll tell them you know our secret. And don't come crying to me when they come for you. I warned you. Is that what you want? Will you find the comfort you seek by being their devoted little slave and keeping Morgana imprisoned in that tower? What else can I... If you feel at all ashamed about your part in this, if you want to do something to correct it, then you need to take that step. You can't fix this problem on your own, no, but I am here to help. I'm not ashamed about anything. Don't lie to yourself. Don't act like you know how I feel. What the heck is your deal anyway? You show up out of nowhere and spouting all this, I'll save you and I'm here to help rubbish. You need to do this for your sister. See, now that's ridiculous. If I wash my hands of this, I won't have access to the witch's blood anymore. And without that, Nellie can't get any better. She'll die without that blood. Her blood has no miraculous healing powers. You only believe it does, making it appear to work. You're mad. Morgana's blood is not curing Nellie. In fact, it may very well be killing her. If you keep giving her that blood, Nellie will also lose her life during the Harvest Festival. What? You're standing on the precipice of a horrible tragedy, and you're going to take everyone down with you if you don't turn back now. What are you? All three of you are going to lose everything on the day of the festival. And there is only one way to prevent that. You have to set Morgana free. You're insane, if you think I would believe that. Nellie's going to die? Could you have told an even more mean-spirited lie? You're the one who's trying to kill her. I'm just trying to save her. And you're going about it the entirely wrong way. Do you have any idea how lonely your sister is right now? You should be at her side. That's what you should be doing instead of stealing a poor girl's blood. I've heard enough. What do you know? If I lose Nellie, I'll have no one. My whole world will collapse. This is the only way I can keep that from happening. This is my best option, my only option. So no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep Morgana locked up. I'm going to keep stealing her blood. And I'll hand you over to the other two. I'll have them kill you. You'll regret ever showing your face.
Mel, is that really true?
What?
Do you
Do you really have the Saintess locked up? What? Why? What are you doing, Nellie?
That man, he told me I had to talk to you. He said I didn't have the courage to do it myself, to wait outside his room tonight, because he was going to get the truth from you.
You conniving son of a... You were planning this all along? Why would you tell Nellie? Why would you bring her, of all people, into this?
Mel. Tell me, Mel. Is it true?
Nellie,
Are you really keeping the Saintess prisoner and stealing her blood? And you said you would have him killed.
I
never thought you were such a terrible person, Mel. I can't believe you would do such despicable things. No, you're not my brother anymore.
Nellie! Michelle, go after her! Yeah. I'll go after her. Why are you stealing blood, you weirdo? Because it supposedly has healing powers, but... not really. It's more of a placebo than anything, but you know. This is the early thousands. We have to stop her and bring her back. I don't know if this was the right choice. Nellie! Don't follow me! Just go away! Leave me alone! Stop. If you run away from him now, Mel will never come back from this.
Then why did you tell me? Why did you tell me what he was doing? If you hadn't said anything, everything would still be fine. We wouldn't be in this horrible mess. If you hadn't said anything, I could have kept on believing in him.
No, things wouldn't be fine. Why can you not see that? You shouldn't put your faith in your ideal brother, but your real one. The boy in that room stricken with regret. If I hadn't said anything, the facade would have ruined you both sooner or later. No. In truth, your relationship was already broken. You were simply ignoring the spreading cracks. I know on some level you had realized that Mel was keeping something incredibly important from you. And that secret was tearing you apart.
There's nothing good about this, though. Now we'll never go back to the way we were. We can never go back to what it was like when we were kids, just the two of us playing together every day, having fun.
Everyone's childhood comes to an end. The flow of time is impartial. You cannot fight it. What you can do, what only you can do, is choose how you change.
But...
I will admit, I am the one who opened your wounds, and now I'm putting the responsibility of tending them onto you. It's cruel, I know. But if you won't come to terms with Mel and make him withdraw his participation, even greater suffering awaits you far in the future. It's not over yet, and you cannot let this be where it ends. The bonds you formed over the years are not yet broken. And you can still do, or you can do what I was never able to. You can still repair your relationship.
But I'm scared. Scared that my Mel could do such horrible things. That he could say he would kill you. He used to be such a good brother. He was always so kind, so friendly to everyone. But it was all a lie. It was all a big act to fool me.
No, it was not all an act. There was truth to it. He is a kind-hearted boy, an ordinary young man, whose kindness was twisted by circumstance. And it doesn't matter how good a person someone is. Everyone has the potential to do terrible things when backed into a corner.
You think you know everything?
I know that much. Nellie, if you want your brother back, you have to act now. Please, you must take action.
But I'm scared. What am I supposed to say to him?
I don't know.
I'll be there with you. You don't have to face this alone. There's more to this story than we've heard. We don't know how he got himself in this, and I mean to get the rest of it out of him. And you need to be there to hear it.
When I hear what he has to say, I try to say something I shouldn't. If I try to say something that will ruin everything, you'll stop me? You're the one who told me to open my eyes and face him. You're the one who made this whole mess. What am I supposed to do if all this destroys everything I have? You said you'd be my brother, right? So be a good brother and help me out here. Promise me, you'll make sure nothing goes bad. You'll do that, won't you? Michelle, just say yes. We won't let this go bad. Have faith in yourself. Faith that you put their relationship on track to recovering. Promise her. Give her the courage she wants from you.
You have nothing to fear. I'll be there for you. I'll help you both.
Okay. I'll do it. I'll go back.
Thank you, Giselle.
Oh, don't mention it. Now, let's go see what he has to say for himself. Let's draw back that curtain.
Yes, let's.
Let's spin around that chessboard.
Oh, he was just like standing in that room that whole time. Nellie.
Mel.
What did you come back for? To ridicule me? I'm not the brother you thought I was, huh? Not at all what you wanted me to be. It's all over. Everything Michelle said is true. There's a girl imprisoned in the tower. A completely innocent girl. The girl who saved your life, in fact. Go on, tell me how cruel and terrible and evil I am. I'm no prince. Here's an idea. Why don't you make him your new prince? You can do it, Nellie. Ask him.
You have your reasons, don't you? You have some reason for being a part of this, right?
A reason? Yeah, I have a reason, all right. I wanted to save your life. I needed her blood to cure you, so I had her locked up.
Tell me the truth. I don't remember much about what the Saintess, or when the Saintess came to visit, but I do remember a little. I remember her saying she would gladly give whatever she could to the sick and needy, which means you had no need to lock her up.
It would seem the tale Morgana showed me was true. She really was a saint.
Yes, she was. Tell me the truth, Mel. Tell me everything.
There's nothing to tell.
There is, I know it. There's more to a story than just the facts. The things you thought, the things you felt, are all pieces that combine to make the story whole. Isn't that right, Michelle?
You're exactly right. If you haven't said anything, we could have gone on with our lives as normal.
No, Mel, we couldn't have. I thought so too, but it's not true. Our normal lives ended long ago. Tell me the truth, Mel. No matter what it is, I can handle it.
No, Nellie. A girl like you, who dreams of becoming a princess, couldn't possibly bear to see how hideous her brother has become.
How can I know if you don't say anything, though? That's how it's always been with us. You were nice to me, and that was all I needed. I never looked beyond the surface. I made you into my ideal brother, and I latched onto that image of you.
How is Fata Morgana going?
It's going good. We're in the past. We're trying to save Morgana.
You're a kind person, Mel.
You're a kind person, Mel. You really are. So kind you played along with my fantasy that you were a prince. But you don't have to act for me anymore.
Forgot about this section. Oh.
I want to know the real you. I'm all done being a princess. I'm just your little sister now, nothing more.
Since I powered through it. You powered through this whole thing in one sitting! My goodness. This is being like my heckin', what, 8th stream of it, so like, let's see, 12, 24, it's been like 48 hours so far. No, just the later half. Okay, I was like, there is no way you went through this whole game in a day. I know I get distracted a lot, but not that distracted.
Your one and only little sister, Mel.
You need to do this, Mel. You need to tell your story. Until you do, you have no way of understanding what you've been through, what you're going through. Also, fast reader, fair enough. It's definitely faster to just sit there and read, like, on your own than sitting here and, like, giving voices and all that. Can I have thank you. Okay. Well, that's back to doing it. Okay, so unplugging the USB port or the USB hub didn't fix it. Oh well. No way, if I tell you, you lose any hope you had left in me. As Nelly has, you need to release yourself from your own idealized fantasy, Mel. You have someone right here who will accept you for who you are. I know good and well just how hard it can be to have someone dear to you see a side of you that you hadn't wanted to show them. I think you want to get it off your chest, though. And I think you want forgiveness. You absorb more by reading it aloud. True. Sometimes. There are other times where it's just like, I am on auto-reading mode. If you want to write down your own visual novel, this will rub off on you more. True. That's true. Fantasies are not everlasting. They all crumble eventually. Show us the real Mel. Tell us your story without embellishments or omissions.
Mel.
Okay. I'll tell you. Not like I have any other options. Nelly, if at any point you can't bear to hear anymore, so be it. You're free to leave whenever you like.
I won't go anywhere. I can almost guarantee you.
I pray that ends up being true. Alright. Here goes. The whole story. From start to finish. How I ended up in this mess.
Get the lore on his end of things.
Until around the time I turned 17, my life was mostly uneventful. On days when it was nice out, I would walk around the house's grounds, sometimes napping beneath a tree. By the way, Hansel and Gretel are called Nell and Nelly in certain parts of Europe. Ah! Interesting! That would absolutely explain it, honestly. It was picturesque. And you were always there with me. You have the same flax-colored hair as me. And you always seemed to glisten in the sun, whereas mine is flat and dull. You shone like a tiny little dancing sun. At the time, I assumed that was how life would always be. I genuinely wanted it to be. Following my 17th birthday, though, I was met with a deluge of changes. First, father fell ill, passed away shortly thereafter. With his death came the question of who would be the next head. As the oldest son, normally it would fall onto me to take his place. I was 17, by all means enough of an adult to handle things myself. Or, well, that's what I thought anyway. Nobody else did, though. After discussions I had no part in, it was decided that my uncle would be the next head. That they weren't confident I had the spine to do the job properly. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to know why nobody bothered talking to me, and part of me was relieved. Somewhere inside, I knew I didn't have what it took. so I was more than happy to let someone else take that responsibility. If it meant I could go on with my quiet life, I didn't care who they picked. My uncle, though, seemed to have caught on to my apathy, which he did not take kindly to, and in response, he formally disowned me. You're not the only one who still had some growing up to do, Nellie. I wasn't quite the adult I'd thought I was either. It's kind of rude. Fortunately, if you want to call it fortune, I was given enough money to live on for a decent length of time, as well as a place to stay. It was a small house far from home, his way of making it hard for me to come back. Not that I had any intention of returning, but the best thing to come out of it all was you coming with me, Nellie.
So this is our new home, dearest Mel.
Yep, so it is. It's amazing how little there is. No big yard, no paintings, no vases filled with colorful flowers, no silver bowls full of fresh-picked fruit.
But there is you and me.
You're not going to go and say you want to return home in a couple of months when you realize life isn't as luxurious here as it was back there, are you?
There's only one thing in the whole world I would really need to, or that I really need.
Oh?
Honestly, I can live without shiny shoes and fancy dresses like Mother wears. I don't need composers to come and write me songs for my birthday. As long as I have the one thing that matters most to me, I can do without anything else.
Are you saying...
I'm as happy as I've ever been. I don't need all that fancy, expensive stuff. We may not have a large yard, but the sun shines everywhere. Flowers can grow even without a gardener tending to them.
Nellie.
I'll do whatever I can for you, dearest Mel. Are you hungry? I'm hungry.
Oh, yeah, a bit.
All right, I'll make something then. I'll start out with some fruit jam, then maybe make a pie out of it. What else sounds good? I'm craving cookies.
You've got quite the sweet tooth. You're going to make yourself sick like that.
That's the first smile I've seen since we got here.
What? That can't be right. I'm sure I've been smiling.
Nope, you've been frowny all day.
Whatever you say.
Forget about all that stuff at home. We've got each other. We can do this. Who cares that we're not rich anymore? We'll figure things out in no time. And then we'll make even more fun than we did back there.
Yeah, you're right.
It'll all work out, dearest Mel. I'll always be here for you. You've got yourself an adorable little princess. What more could you possibly need? Cheer up.
Thanks. I'm really glad you decided to come with me.
Didn't think for a second I wouldn't, or did you think for a second I wouldn't? I'm your princess, dearest Mel, and princesses belong with their princes.
I suppose so. Until that day, I'd never known how good it felt to have someone who wanted me in their life, who saw me for me. I realized for the first time how blessed I had always been. I was hardly prince material. I wasn't strong or handsome or regal enough for that. But Nellie calling me her prince gave me an illusion of being worth something. It made me feel like I could keep on being that richly blessed young man, even this far away from home. And then she started dying. While I had been given some money, my supply was far from infinite. I knew I would eventually have to find some kind of work, some way to support myself and Nellie, but to be quite honest, I couldn't gather the motivation to do much of anything. My whole life had changed so abruptly, so dramatically, that my mind was just not able to keep up. It had knocked me on my backside, and I didn't have the strength to get back up. I couldn't tell Nellie that, of course, but this is what I said instead. I'm staying home because I want to be with you as much as possible, and she happily took me at my word. Our new life together was quiet and unremarkable. Even so, it was still a constant stream of new experiences for the two of us, having been pampered our entire lives.
Welcome home, dearest Mel. What did you buy today?
I got a chicken.
Wow, I've never seen one so up close before. Are you going to keep it as a pet?
I was planning on using it for supper.
What? You're going to cook it?
That's the idea. You like chicken dough, don't you? Steamed especially, if I remember right.
Yes, but... it's all covered in feathers and flapping about. How are we supposed to cook it?
If I remember, the guy said you have to pluck its feathers, then cut off its head and drain all the blood.
Ew, no way, absolutely not. Not in a million years. You do it, Mel.
What? I've never done this before.
Well, I'm not, so you do it.
All right. I'll bring it to the...
Not inside, do it outside.
Okay. I would also not know how to do that. I guess it's more so a norm, like, back then. I've never had to slaughter a chicken before. The chefs back home always took care of it. God, I hope I don't screw this up. Well, I'm not going to accomplish anything if I just sit here worrying. Just gotta give it my best shot. Oh, please don't put up a fight. I can't watch. On the count of 3, okay? The count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait! Come back! It's gone. Man, that would have probably cost a lot. At first, I was just fumbling around in the dark, constantly messing up everything I tried. But in time, I started getting more comfortable with things, and I stopped pining for my old life. For the longest time, I couldn't shake the memory of the fact that I had once been a noble. I was constantly wondering how I had ended up there, why this was happening to me. Nellie had seemed to have adjusted fairly quickly, but I wasn't faring so well. I was surprised, honestly. I figured if anything, we were just going to have, I figured if anyone was going to have an issue with our new lifestyle, it was going to be her, not me. Back home, Nellie had tended to be, well, a bit of a princess. She was frequently harsh with the Abigails, scolding them for the smallest of things. There were times I thought she might be biting her tongue for my sake, but every time it crossed my mind, she would say,
I've got you, dearest Mel. Everything's just fine.
And it was those words that kept me going.
Oh, dearest Mel, I just had the most wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it?
Sure. What's your idea?
We should get married.
What? You can't be serious.
As serious gets. I mean, we're basically married already in everything but name.
What? We can't do that. We're siblings.
Nobody here needs to know that.
They can guess from our hair and eye color, though.
I don't think we look that much alike.
Anyway, whatever gave you that idea?
If we get married, then we can be together forever.
We can do that just as well as brother and sister.
It's not the same, though. No one ever says two siblings lived happily ever after. I want to be with you for the rest of my life, dearest Mel, and the best way to do that is to get married.
But, Nellie...
What are you so hesitant for? Is there someone you've pined for?
No, but...
Then there's no problem.
We're blood-related siblings. Does she realize that getting married means eventually having children? And everything that leads up to that? That goes against the teachings of the Lord. No, she's still just a child chasing after a fairy tale ending. She doesn't understand the reality of what she's saying. Sometimes I'm not sure what to do with you, Nellie.
So you'll marry me?
Not right now. But right now, I know you need God's word. Starting tonight, you're getting your own private sermon every night, understand?
You did it? What did you do, Sussy?
You know I care a lot for you, Nellie, but my goodness, you need the Lord. My instruction was as much for my own sake as it was for Nellie's. I'm not going to lie. The thought did cross my mind that her proposition might not be so bad. Got someone to fill the script I'm writing? Nice! Nice! I'm happy. Happy for you. Hopefully that goes well. Back from dinner believing again because Dragon Dogma 2 is out now. Oh no! Oh no, everybody's gonna be gone playing that! No! But yeah, I'll have fun with the obese rats and the siblings that care for each other a little too much. For one, I couldn't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone else, and it had been her smile that kept me going when things got difficult. But I knew that was a sin, and I didn't think I would be able to live with myself if I crossed that line. Whose perspective of where we are right now? We are being told the past by Mel currently. So we're basically being told a story from Mel. But after the story, we'll be back at Michelle's perspective, I'm sure. So night after night, I taught her, reminded her that we were brother and sister, and that we didn't have to be anything more for her to be the most important person in the world to me. And after about our 3rd month away from home, that life began crumbling. Nellie woke up one day with a high fever that refused to break. At first, I thought it was just a cold that she wouldn't, and that she'd be over soon enough. But as soon as I tried to convince myself, oh, she'll be better tomorrow, she just kept getting worse until eventually she couldn't even get out of bed. She had visibly lost weight and I had never heard her voice so weak and lethargic before. My goodness. My elf told me that I could go a little bit longer, but I don't know if I'll be able to survive all the reading to go longer. Is there anything else you'd like me to get you, Nellie?
All I want is you to be here with me, dearest Mel.
You really should eat something. I'll make something you like. How about a nice expensive chicken? The last one got away, but I won't let that happen this time.
I'm not really in the mood for anything too heavy.
Oh, okay.
Don't you worry, Mel. I'll be better before you know it.
Yeah, you will. You'll be just fine. Everything is going to be back to normal soon. Watching Nellie grow weaker and weaker every day scared the heck out of me. I desperately did not want to lose her. If I lost her, then who would be left that wanted me? Who would tell me I was worth something? Who would say nice things about me? Who would be there with me every day? Just when I had started to feel optimistic about this new life, I started to feel comfortable in it. It was looking like might start fall apart again. I searched everywhere for some medicine that could cure her. I am just tripping over my words right now. Healthy foods, fruits, and vegetables with supposed medicinal properties. Anything I could get my hands on. I prayed. And Nellie, you were overjoyed. You were thrilled that I could go to such lengths for you. But the reality is, I was really doing it for myself. But as much as I searched, I couldn't find anything that worked, and I started to panic. I would go to bed at night, afraid I'd wake up the next morning and Nellie wouldn't. I was already grasping at straws, and I was ready to try anything that had even the slightest chance of curing her. Then one day I heard whispers of a witch who lived by the lake. They said she was a recluse, that she hardly ever left her house, and that she hadn't been down to the city in years. They told me she might have some medicinal herbs that could help, so I rushed down to the lake to see her. Sitting by the shore was a small cottage, even less luxurious than where Nellie and I were staying at the time. Seeing the thin trails of smoke rising from the chimney, I was convinced the rumors were true. A witch lived in that house. I wasn't sure what to expect. Being a recluse, I figured she wasn't going to be very sociable, at least. To tell you the truth, I was kind of scared to knock on her door, but I had exhausted all my other options, so I clenched my teeth and gave the door 2 firm raps.
Who's there?
The sound of her voice caught me off guard, as all I could do was stare at the door with a knot in my throat. Based on the information I had, I assumed I was going to find a wrinkly old woman, but that was the voice of a young girl. And even though she'd only said 2 words, there was something indescribably enchanting about that voice. I could listen to her talk for hours on end, in some kind of strange hypnotic trance. It was almost like magic, for the lack of a better word. I stood there, dumbfounded, like my soul had been sucked from my body.
Who's there?
She repeated her question, which brought me back to reality, though I'd still had to fight to maintain my wits enough to respond coherently. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. I was told that the person who lived here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her?
What are her symptoms?
She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite, she's only drinking water, and she can't get out of bed.
You're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high and the second after it's come down.
Thank you very much. Her voice wasn't bright and energetic like Nellie's. It was more restrained, somber, and quiet, yet simultaneously clear and sharp. Nobody is here, he has pizza.
Are you gonna share the pizza, nobody?
The sound tickled my curiosity. I wanted to know what she looked like. I wanted to know what kind of girl stood on the other side of that door. With a voice that pretty, she must be equally lovely, I thought. And I had to see it for myself. And my wish didn't fall on deaf ears when she opened the door to hand me the herbal medicine and take my money. Her head peeked out between the crack ever so slightly. I said I would tell you everything exactly as it happened, so I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It was unsettling. It was nothing like I'd imagined from her voice. Her skin had, I guess, fallen off or something, because you could see the raw red flesh beneath. To say it was hard to look at would be an understatement. Most of her face was covered by a black hood, so all I could see was her mouth and chin, but even that much was harrowing. But the last thing I wanted to do was look away. For all I knew, that was why she had become a recluse, and I couldn't let myself hurt her. So I suppressed my own disgust and put on my best smile. People often tell me I have a very pleasant, amiable smile. So I figured I could use that to prevent her from picking up on what was actually going through my mind. And when she saw my face, a look of surprise seemed to cross hers. Probably because your first response wasn't looking in horror. Well, that was your first instinct, but you decided to not. The witch's herbs did indeed seem to help some. Coming to visit her was better than talking to any of the local doctors. Nonetheless, Nellie hadn't been cured. She was only feeling a little bit better. So I kept paying the witch visits, kept purchasing more herbs from her. And every time I went to the cottage and heard her sweet voice, I imagined how much sweeter it would sound without the door obscuring it. Even knowing what she looked like didn't stop the curiosity from growing within me. From what I gathered talking to her, there wasn't much of an age difference between us either. She was 16 and I was 17. And I'm sure you know how it is when you meet someone around your age. You feel a sort of sense of kinship. This girl I had originally believed to be some kind of otherworldly witch was starting to feel like a regular person like me. Through our conversations, I managed to learn her name, as well as the fact that she had come here from a faraway country. We were both a long way from home. Thinking she might open up even more to someone who had been through a similar experience, I decided to try inviting her to go on a walk with me. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? To my surprise, she accepted. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects off the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Are you okay?
I'm in disbelief, to tell you the truth.
Huh? What for?
You've seen my face. You know how hideous I am, and still you invited me on a walk. You're a very peculiar person.
Is it really that strange? I mean, we're almost the same age, so I figured we'd make pretty good friends.
You want to make friends? With me?
Well, sure. We've been through a lot of the same things, so we can understand each other the most.
Understand each other?
Yeah, we're both young, but we've been through some rough times.
I'm going to be blunt with you. You have not been through anything like I have.
What? No?
If you had experienced the things I have, you wouldn't be smiling right now. I haven't known you for long, but I don't need to in order to know how unequivocally dissimilar we are. That we are cut from a very different cloth.
Well, yeah, we're people. we're not made of cloth, so that's not what that means, you know. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh. In fact, I would say you're much better off not being in my position. It sounds like you've been through a lot. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to you? I'd be happy to lend an ear. It might make you feel better might make you feel better to get it off your chest. And that is what's so different about us. Huh? I will not tell you about myself, no. That said, I do appreciate the concern. Thank you. Sure, you're welcome. She's not very open with people, huh? Though, I guess that's only to be expected. She hasn't spent much time around other people looking the way she does. I wonder if there's anything I can do for her. At least get her to show a little bit of emotion. Say, if it's not too much to ask... you think you can maybe do this again sometime? Am I actually gonna transform? I'm probably gonna go into 2.0. Yep. Man, I've just been this model in 1.0. But randomizer is not randomizing today. If it's not too much to ask, you think we could do this maybe again sometime? Don't expect me to lower my prices. I'm not trying to squeeze a better deal out of you. I just want to get to know you better. Got you no stress. Wait, no stress for what? Or for these two? Nothing more to it. No ulterior motives, I promise. Did you forget? I've already said I won't be telling you about myself. Alright, then it doesn't have to be about you. Gonna randomize. Finished paying for the felt my soul leaving my body paying triple digits. Oh no.
Well, I put a lot of work into my stuff. I put a lot of energy into stuff, so hopefully it'll be good.
I don't know. Should I lower my prices? I don't know. I don't know how to price myself, so I don't know if I'm undercharging or overcharging. Okay. I'm just always so nervous with my prices. But yes, if you go through my VGen, that's the easiest way. But my VGen comms are basically the same as my other comms, so yeah. Anything over $5 makes me want to heckin' cry. Oh no. Prices are generous. As is for the quality, they're great. Oh, we didn't go.
But yes, my comms are open. You can get a little doodle from me for like $10. for as little as $10.
All right, then. Oh, my audio! Stop breaking my audio! Ah! Prices are like so affordable. I've been waiting for your comms to open. I mean, that's only like, I think that actually broke the game audio. Oh no. I don't know if it's looping or if it just actually broke. If you're only gonna be well, I don't need another one. But yeah, if you buy something off of my throne, I'll upgrade the value of your little doodle. I don't know what the cheapest thing on there is. Yeah, my audio breaking broke the game audio. No, I hate it when it does this. No. Because I don't have a way of really fixing it other than just closing and reopening the game. Okay, give me a second, Morgana. Give me a second. Give me a second, Morgana. Be right back with you, Morgana. But yeah, don't feel like you need to add stuff to the throne when you're getting a commission. I want to make that clear. But like, you know, if you buy something through the throne and then also a cheap thing on VGen, I will have that value go towards the commission itself. But that is not a thing of like, do this. It is not required. The doodle will still be fun and cute. Even if you don't. Okay. We got our sound back, hopefully. Buying the $90 Vocaloid voice. My goodness. My goodness. If you heckin' have a Vocaloid go towards a commission purchase, that is not gonna be a doodle anymore. I would draw you the best heckin' frog with the most delicious pancakes. Alright, then it doesn't have to be about you. We can talk about anything, whatever you want. Do you have a favorite food? Any hobbies? Nothing in particular. Well, that was a fruitful conversation. Also, I did go through my throne and like make sure to clear out anything that wasn't available anymore, because I think if you have it be as like a payout or anything that's not like a partnered shop, it doesn't actually actively keep track of that. Also, I kept getting emails of like, oh, the Gur shoes are out of stock, and it's just like, what are you talking about? They're on pre-order. Thank you for the bits, nobody. Money for Doodle. Yeah, it's the surprise me thing on V10. The audio, stop going away. Oh no, really? Really? Why it gotta be sassy like this to me? Why it gotta be like this? Is the audio like trying to play through something else? Let me see. There's no stock there yet. It's out of stock. Pre-order? What's that, right? Let me see if there's a way to like brute force it fixing my audio. Playback. Oh gosh. Which one is which? What is this? I don't know. Disable this one. No audio still? No. Actual god though, because Live 2D is very hard. But like, it's fun. I have like, I don't know what to do because the audio keep breaking and I think it's gonna break again. Okay, I'll come back to you again, Morgana. Hopefully my audio stops breaking. If it keeps breaking, I might just have to go and do like just chatting, but I don't know what to talk about.
But yeah, I do my best with my models.
Current model that I'm working on has like a lot of details that I need to do, and so I need to actually do that, but also it's a lot of like little details that I don't know about streaming those, but I got a majority of the model streamed. Doodles are of various quality and aren't strict comms, of course. More so just throwing a concept. Yeah. But still, like I said, if you or anybody gifted me a vocal synth and then commissioned me for like art alongside that, I would be like, oh, this is more than just a silly little doodle. Gonna be a full piece. Being thrown into the Live 2D mines to do ribbon physics. Crying behind the screen because they're told that there'd be no thigh physics. No! I mean, meanwhile, I I thought I did thigh physics for myself, but I think I forgot. I was like too busy on making sure the legs did like this, even though it's not on screen half the time. I didn't pay attention to the fact that it didn't come back with it came out with one audio but not the other. I was saying probably. 3.0 would probably realistically be thicker. I don't know. Because apparently I made myself, like, not as thick in the legs. I, like, took away some... I used some of the thickness from my legs and put it into my tail, because my tail is definitely bigger. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why my audio is fighting me. It's been so good. It's been so good for months. Yeah, tail would absolutely be thicker. I have no interest or taste worth mentioning, so if you want to talk, I suppose that leaves you to be the subject. Me? Tell me about yourself. My life's not all that exciting. Anything I had to tell you would probably bore you. I'm not looking for excitement. Oh, okay. Well, alright then. I guess I could tell you about myself. Upper torso can remain the same. Yeah. So long as I keep the little corset. And so I did. I tell her about my family situation, and I tell her about Nellie, and that was pretty much all I had to talk about. For the most part, she hardly even reacted to anything I said, so it was difficult to tell if she was listening or not. But she would urge me to continue whenever I would go quiet for more than a few moments, so I suppose she was listening. Every time I came to purchase more medicine, we would go on a walk around the lake together. A single loop around the shoreline didn't give us much time to talk, but my attempts to reduce our walking pace or stop to extend our time together were flatly ignored. And she refused to go around more than once, claiming it would disturb her daily rhythm. That said, she never refused an invitation either, so I don't think she particularly disliked me. Yet, anyway, I'm not gonna lie, I learned how to draw and write slowly because I didn't want to pay someone. That is a mood. That's how I learned Live 2D. Of course, it makes it feel like a thick tuber being squeezed into a single strand of gender ambiguity. Fair, true. Oh, a robin. What does a robin have to do with your sister? You're so real for that, right? Because at first I was like, okay, I have like, my plan, which like was a probably usual plan, but definitely like way more expensive than I would have ever been able to afford. Looking back on it, I was gonna commission someone to like help me figure out the design. I was gonna, it was I don't remember her actual like last name for VTuber, but I was gonna have her help me with the design, which at the time was gonna be like $100 for that. I wanted to commission Kamochiru to do the model, which I don't remember what it was at the time, but now it is like 8K at bare minimum, I believe. And I was gonna have heckin' Iron Vertex come do the rigging. And I'm just like, I was not made of money past me. What are you doing? Yeah, Kamochiru, I believe, was like more affordable back then. But as of right now, they are big bucks. They are big bucks right now. Like to do with my kryptonite right now, the one thing I haven't been able to properly learn. It took me a lot of time to be able to figure it out. It took me multiple attempts to like be able to even get my first model figured out. And then at one point I was like, okay, maybe we won't have Kamochiru do the model art, but I'll do the other two things. And then I was just like, you know what? I'll just do it all myself. This is fine. Anyway, if a single person buys the Lego Grand Piano and the Pop Pappers, can they get a life? Oh my gosh. I mean, maybe? Because the piano's like, what, $400? I guess so. I guess so. Or at least I can close to it. Nothing, I just saw one over there. If you listen, you can hear it singing. they migrate somewhere warmer when it gets cold. They can just fly off to somewhere more comfortable. Almost works off the law of equivalent exchange. I mean, like... Yeah, because if you want just a doodle for like $500, like, I'd feel bad. I'd be like, I'm giving you something good. I'm giving you something worth $500. If it had wings like a bird, maybe, or if I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too. There's not a single creature living in this world that is free. Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. Then I'd be the biggest bird in the world. That's $10 plus a grand piano, gotta be accurate, true. The idea that they are free is nothing more than men's short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I do not understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that that's my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it well, or maybe you just don't know it yet, but I think you got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. So you don't have to be so closed off. I might not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? If there was ever someone who could understand me, who could empathize with me, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity...
Oh yeah, thank you for stopping by, Zeke. Watch the rest in the VOD. Yeah, no problem.
We were probably gonna stop here at one point soon just because of mostly the audio issues. Out of curiosity, do you have anyone really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them, if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. And as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Does it really require that much thought? So long. Bye. See you. Things continued on like that for a while. Nellie bounced back and forth between getting better and getting worse. Emotionally, I followed not too far behind, getting very little in the way of peace of mind. Having to spend so much time worrying over and looking after Nellie was starting to wear me down, even though I knew good and well she had it much worse than me. I wanted to be done with it all, wanted to be free. I wanted her to get better as soon as possible, so I could stop agonizing over her. So at some point, I started wishing for a miracle. I didn't care if it came from God, an angel, or something less holy. I just wanted someone to cure Nellie and take the weight off my shoulders. And during one of our walks, I let that slip. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I get one. I assumed she would, as she had the tendency to say that people who believed in miracles were delusional. She was, in my mind, very much a realist, which is why her response surprised me so much.
Do you sincerely wish for a miracle? What? Do you truly want a miracle, no matter what form it may take? Well, yeah. I've tried everything else. God is all I can ask for help anymore. I know what you're going to say. There's no such thing as miracles. If there were, Nellie would already be better. I've prayed every single night for her recovery. It's all just a delusion, I know. Miracles do exist. What? If you have faith, and you sincerely wish for her to be healed, you will be granted your miracle. What are you talking about, Morgana? You've said so many times that you wish to know more about me. Yeah, I have. Well, I'll grant you that wish. As you listen to my story, you will come to understand why I said you will never be able to empathize with me. And as you do, hope will sprout up within you. Here in my lakeside cottage, I am known as a witch, but I did not used to be called such. No? I am the daughter of God. Most people would dismiss such a claim as madness, and I almost did exactly that. But there was something strangely enchanting about her voice, and I found myself slowly drawn into her tale, listening intently to her every word. The more I heard, the harder it was to believe she was lying. And before long, I was convinced she was the daughter of God, a saint whose blood had miraculous powers. A witch, run! Get out of there! Her first cry ended a lengthy drought in the village where she was born, and her blood cured the sick. Equivalent exchange is the only proper way for commissions. Oh my gosh, no! I got the idea in you guys' heads. No! But that's okay. Am I just gonna be my 2.0 again? Yep. The randomizer is not randomizing. She rolled up one sleeve to show me her arm. Practically every inch of skin from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers was scarred from where she had been cut. According to her, the scarring had once been far worse, but had improved with the application of ointment. Every single one of those scars, she said, marked a person who had sought her blood. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people, like she was some higher being. You reprogram your... Well, I just have it in Mix It Up. I basically have it as, let me see. Like it's literally, I literally have like a heckin' randomized thing. Because I have the explosion overlay and then I have random. I have it set, just it'll do one of 4 things. And then there's one other random where it can have one of 5 models that are not me, but like something else fun. So like that's why you get the owlbear and stuff, which those are supposed to only happen once, but you know, sometimes I'm an owlbear twice. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people, like she was some higher being. They were not self-inflicted wounds, not the marks of people who had tried to take her life, but symbols of the great sacrifices she had made. She offered to give Nellie her blood, and without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Mel. Hey, Nellie. I'm back. I brought someone with me, a saint. Oh, I don't know why every time I see randomizers, I just thought that every VTuber is a good programmer. Nah, it's just mix it up and it's like random action. These are the actions. I don't know. I know next to nothing about programming. The saint? Yep. She's here because medicine hasn't been working for you. She can perform miracles, so she's going to cure you. Miracles? That's right. Her blood has miraculous healing powers.
What? Why did you wake me up for this?
Fear not, my beloved sister. Hear my words and do as I say. You must have faith for the miracle to be performed correctly. I give you my blessing, that it may bestow upon to you salvation. I give you my love, and I give you relief. Hear my words.
I hear them.
This body was created not in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the blood of man. The water that flows through these holy veins flows from the river of creation. Have mercy on them, O Father. May the infirm find comfort in your warmth. May the destitute find reprieve from your generosity, or in your generosity. May your my flesh bring nourishment and health onto this girl. Bestow upon her your blessing, O Father. What is Morgana? A very poor girl with very unfortunate circumstances. Morgana held a pale hand above Nellie's mouth and, without hesitation, sliced her own wrist. Blood slowly trickled down her middle finger from the cut, dripping into the gap between Nellie's bluish lips. I stood there entranced by the scene. It was like I was witnessing some kind of ritual. I wasn't sure, however, whether to describe it as sacred or profane. Watching the fresh blood trickle from the cut of her wrist made me break into a sweat, feeling like I was violating a taboo. My knees rattled and I could barely stay on my feet. Needles pricked my hands. Thoughts slipped through my fingers before they could finally form. Had I crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed? Had I stepped into territory man was never supposed to enter? In time, I stopped processing Morgana's prayers as words. It became nothing but a rhythmical sequence of sounds bouncing around in my head. In line of sight grew gradually narrower, or my line of sight. What? Are you alright? Ceremony is complete. How's Nellie? She is asleep now, but she should awake soon. Oh, good. My blood has the power to cause miracles, but you must remember that the miracle is predicated? Predicted? It doesn't look like predicted. Predicated on your faith. I don't know. So are you saying we need to worship you? No. I am merely God's progeny. And your prayers and praise should be directed at my Father, the Lord God. I should get going then. Thank you very much. When Morgana had said I would never be able to understand or empathize with her, she had not been lying. Having only heard her tell it, I'd still believed there was room for me to close the gap between us, that we still had enough in common. But seeing it with my own eyes, feeling it with my entire being, I no longer had any illusions of us being on the same plane. As I gave her my thanks, my voice was audibly trembling. Mel, come on.
Get up, dearest Mel. Oh, Mel!
Nellie?
Oh, finally! You're awake, sleepyhead. What's with the look? Am I making a funny face?
Are you good to be up and about?
Yep, I woke up this morning feeling wonderful. Feel my forehead, Mel. See? No fever.
It is gone. She actually performed a miracle.
I only remember bits and pieces, but I remember a really pretty saint lady showing up and giving me her blood.
That's how she remembers it? Her memory is pretty hazy, huh?
And then I got this warm and fuzzy feeling inside of me. Then I had this really strange dream.
What kind of dream?
There was a whole bunch of lights floating around all around me, and they were changing into all sorts of different colors, and it was the most wonderful dream.
That doesn't help me understand at all, Nellie.
It was a good dream, and that's all that matters. It must have been the saint lady's power at work.
Must be, yeah. I'm so relieved you're feeling better, Nellie.
Sorry for all the trouble I caused you, but now everything can go back to normal.
Yep, all back to normal. She wants to thank me. Yeah, Nellie's insisting I let her meet you so she can show her gratitude. If it's all right, would you mind coming to supper sometime? That would probably not be wise. Why not? It would hardly be pleasant having to eat in the presence of a face as grotesque as mine, and I doubt your sister would react well to the sight of it. I don't think it would cause any problem. Nellie isn't the kind of girl to judge someone by their looks, I don't think. Perhaps not, but to her I'm a saint and not a normal person.
In her mind, she thinks I'm beautiful, doesn't she? We must maintain that illusion. It is essential to the miracle that her faith remains unwavering, and on some level, that faith depends on her idealized image of me. You think so? Though our time together was brief, I could see it in her. She is a girl with a great love of beauty. And perhaps the same could be said of you. I don't judge people by how they look. It's what on the inside that matters. I will take you at your word. Thanks. So, are you sure you don't want to come? I really shouldn't. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, okay. Why in the world am I feeling relieved?
Because you're like, ew, blood, gross.
Nellie recovering was a huge weight off my shoulders. Now everything could go back to the way it was, quiet and unremarkable. I could finally go out and get a real job, forget about my old life, live like a regular old commoner. That was what I was going to do for the both of us. The problem was, Nellie hadn't actually recovered completely. She was in nearly perfect health the first few days after drinking Morgana's blood, but soon her fever came back. She stopped being able to get out of bed, and to top it all off, she started having lengthy coughing fits. During some of them, she coughed up little bits of bloody phlegm. I nearly had a panic attack, so I rushed down to Morgana's cottage and told her that what was happening, to which she responded with a quizzical tilt of her head. Nellie's health meant everything to me. It certainly wasn't the curiosity her head tilt seemed to make it out to be, but it didn't seem to bother her at all. A miracle took place, but it didn't persist. That doesn't make any sense. But it's true. She can't get out of bed. And it's not a problem with her faith. I've been teaching her the word of God every night. She absolutely believes in her saint. Lower your voice. I'll perform another miracle for her. You'll do it again? I will not forsake those who are in need. And it'll stick this time, right? I cannot promise anything. But why? Your miracles aren't supposed to be temporary, aren't they? Whether or not they are is decided by you, or is not decided by you or your sister. You're my only hope, though. Please do not worry. If a second blessing is not enough to cure her of her ailment, then I will visit and give her my blood for as many times as is necessary. I would gladly give her every last drop of blood in my body. I assure you, my father does not want to see two young souls like yourself torn apart, and neither do I. We should get going. All right. For the second time, Morgana had Nellie drink her blood, and for the second time, she was healthy again the next morning, and for the second time, she fell ill again shortly after. Her fever returned. I went to Morgana, and she gave Nellie her blood. She's way too self-sacrificing. It makes me sad, right? Because, like, that's basically all she knows. Like, I think the first time she gave blood, it was like 6 or something. It was like 5 or 6. She was super young. The challenge repeated again and again. It's like basically about the time you start forming memories. So yeah, that's all that she's known. And every time I had to watch her go through that ceremony. It was exhausting, and I wasn't sure I could handle it much longer. I started thinking that maybe there wasn't anything sacred about any of this, that it was blasphemous as it looked from the outside. Drinking blood can't be healthy for you, right? I think it took a while for people to realize that, because my elf told me that, like, that's just a thing nobles did at one point, was like, people thought that they gave, like, healing properties or eternal youth. Part of every balanced breakfast, right? I was making a girl cut her own wrist and feed my sister her blood. Nothing about that sounded right, but I had nowhere else to go, no one else to ask for help. When I was with Morgana, listening to her words of reassurance, she, without fail, wiped away all the doubt I had. It wasn't until after she left that wave of regret hit me. I wasn't sure what was right and wrong anymore. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Every time I went to see Morgana, I got more and more difficult to look her in the eye.
I stopped asking her on walks as often, and I stopped trying to have chats with her. So much so out of not so much out of a sense of guilt, but because I was getting to be afraid of her. One of those draining days, someone knocked on the door. I hadn't asked Morgana to come down that day, so I wasn't sure who it could be. Nellie was asleep in her bed, so I quietly rose from my seat and made my way to the door, trying not to wake her. Who is it? Hello? Who's there? I had an inkling of a suspicion, but having been raised in such a sheltered environment, I didn't understand exactly how dangerous it was to thoughtlessly open the door to anyone who came knocking. I pulled the door inward a couple inches and tried to take a peek through the crack. When out of nowhere, someone grabbed my shoulder and shoved me, helpless to resist, into the house. A man stood there above me. What do you think you're doing? What do you want from me? I don't have anything valuable. I'm just a regular old peasant. I'm not here to rob you. What? You're in contact with a witch, are you not? Huh? The girl who lives by the lake. Calls herself a witch. Witch? I don't know any witch. The only one who lives here, or lives there, is a saint. A saint? I was told she was a witch. But regardless, there's a girl who lives there with miracle blood, no? Looks like we got the right person. What do you want from me? I want you to help me. Huh? I need you to lure the witch out into the open. And why do you need that? Because I need her blood. I need to get my hands on the witch's miracle blood. Then go ask her for it yourself. Why should I have to help you? She won't open the door for me. But you, I've seen you talking to her. You seem to be quite friendly with the witch. Right, don't help him, no. Taking little walks around the lake. I need your help. And what are you going to do once you have her outside? I have orders from the Lord to take her captive. What? The Lord? Why would he? That's none of your concern. You expect me to buy that? All I need for you is to get the witch out of that house. Why would I? She doesn't trust me. I can always force my way in, but there's a chance something might go wrong, and I can't risk that. If she hears your voice, she'll open the door, yes? The witch trusts you, unlike me. With your help, there's no risk of anything going wrong. You barge in here and tell me you want to capture her, and you think I'm just going to agree to help? Like heck I will! Oh, don't worry. You'll get your share. You need the witch's blood too, right? I don't care about getting a share. You're making me deceive her. You're asking me to deceive her. I don't care what you think she is. She hasn't done anything wrong, so no, I won't help you capture her. You leave me no choice then. What? He approached the bed where Nellie slept, drawing his sword and pressing the tip against her throat. It happened so quickly and without any warning my mind couldn't keep up. I stood there, mouth half open like a silly. If I were courageous, if I were gallant and brave, then maybe I would have grabbed him, pulled him away from Nellie, but my legs seemed to be severed from my mind. They were frozen to the floor like two useless rocks. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away. Or you help me capture her. Get away from her. Right now. And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl. Get away! Make your decision. Get away from her! You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. I'll get the sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. I felt like jumping into the lake. I couldn't make sense of how I had ended up in such a position. Just a few months later, I had been living back at my family's estate, Hardly a worry in the world. I hope we find a good stopping point here soon. I am tripping over my words. Nellie had been healthy and happy. It hadn't been exciting, no, but I had figured that was how things would always be. That one day I would fall for some noble girl, Nellie would get jealous, and I would have to spend several days or weeks pacifying her. Everyone would be happy, a life free of troubles. Because that was normal, and I was normal. So what was I doing living in some tiny cottage so far from home, feeding my sick sister miracle blood? What was I doing walking beside this barbarian? What was I doing at all? I was conflicted. Part of me hoped that we would never arrive at the lake, and part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible so I could be done with all this. But time plodded on, no quicker or slower than normal, and we arrived at Morgana's door in short order. Irrespective of my own selfish hopes, the thought of what was going to happen next filled me with a crushing sense of guilt. I may have been afraid of Morgana, but I had no grudge against her. I was actually quite grateful to her. She was still healing Nellie, even if the ceremony to do so inspired fear in me. She didn't hesitate to cut her own wrist open for Nellie and for me. She didn't grimace or even frown, though I knew it had to hurt. I knew dang well she wasn't a bad person, that she hadn't done anything to warrant being taken into custody. She might very well have been a genuine saint, but there I was, selling her out because a man with a sword threatened me. Oh, Father who art in heaven, please forgive me for what I am about to do. Please, please forgive me. Quit sniveling. You want her to get suspicious? But how? I can't, please, oh God. Stop crying. Or would you rather I kill you here? Just close your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. Do it. Call on the witch. Oh no, we're gonna see this from his perspective. Who's there? It's me. I'm not here about Nellie today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. I thought I heard a faint gasp through the door, and then she responded, I want to talk to you too. Why? Why did she have to want to talk now? She'd always been so curt, so rational, so quick to cut down my fantasies, never one to get emotional or sentimental. She had always given off the impression of being something greater than were mere humans. Always been so aloof, never giving any indication she thought anything of me at all. So why? Why did she sound like a normal girl now? Why was her voice trembling slightly when she said she wanted to talk? Why now of all times? Get back! No! Stay away from me! No! Help! Don't kill me! Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. Why? Why? He's the first person that betrayed you. Technically the first person that betrayed her is her mom for selling her off to the Lord. Or for the, not the God Lord, but the other Lord. Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? But this betrayal probably hurt way more than the mom one did. Why? Why? It all happened in less than a minute. I told her I wanted to talk. She opened the door. Then I heard a sound like the wind whipping past my ear. Did Morgana ever realize that it wasn't Mel's fault? No. No. And the next thing I knew, her cottage was covered in blood. Never once did I expect something to happen how it did. When he'd said he wanted to capture her, I took it to mean exactly that. I hadn't thought he would turn brutal. That he would do something so horrific. After the man cut off her arm, Morgana tumbled to the floor, floundering about as he watched, blood trickling down the curved blade in his hand. Her screams were indistinguishable from those of a normal person. Arm. Her arm. Kneeling in the grass at the lake shore, I vomited and I vomited and I vomited. The things I had seen in the cabin were far too much for me to handle. I tossed the arm, Morgana's arm. The man had given me into the lake. What else was I supposed to do with it? It was an arm. A human arm. Who would have been so insane to go around carrying someone's severed arm? I tried to convince myself that it was all a dream, some terrible nightmare, but I could still feel the warmth of her skin fresh on my hands, the warmth of her blood on my fingers, dragging me back to reality. My mind couldn't keep up with the flood of thoughts and emotions and images. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid I would find the bloodbath in the cottage on the back of my eyelids, which left me with nothing to do but wail. I was horrified at what I had done. I knew that I was the one who had set it all in motion. If I had kept quiet, Morgana wouldn't have had her arm cut off. But I didn't want to admit it was my fault. I didn't want to accept that I had caused it. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. He threatened me. It's not my fault. I had no choice. I didn't do anything. I frantically scrubbed my blood-soaked clothes in the lake. As I watched the red cloud spread, I knew I was defiling something pure and beautiful, but my awareness of that fact was slowly dissipating like the blood through the clear water. By the time I'd gotten all the blood off my clothes, the sun was beginning to set. I came back to my senses at the sound of a bird chirping and quickly recalled that I had left Nellie alone at the house. My legs were shaking and I could barely keep myself upright, but remembering her gave me enough motivation to drag myself back home. If she hadn't been there waiting for me, I seriously might have thrown myself into the lake instead.
Mel? What's the matter? Dearest Mel? Mel?
I'm so sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Will you ever be able to forgive me?
Dearest Mel?
I never meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm begging you.
Were you not able to get my medicine? Is that what you're crying about? It's not that big a deal, Mel. I'll be just fine. Honest. I'm all right.
Thanks. I wanted to forget everything. I wanted to forget about my involvement, about the horrible things I caused to happen. But whenever I lay down to go to sleep, I heard her screams, Morgana's animalistic howls. I saw her cottage, blood splattered everywhere. I felt her severed arms, still warm in my hands. This hole of sadness does not end right. I'm trying to find like a good spot where it's like, okay, that's my end, that's my side of the story, and it's just like, it just keeps going. From that day on, what sleep I got was hardly restful. Nellie probably didn't notice anything through her feverish haze, but I'm willing to bet I looked like heck. Praying time would cause the memory to fade. I started looking for doctors again. Instead of clinging to a miracle, I would try to have Nellie's sickness cured the way normal people did. Whose side is it? It's still being told by Mel. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. At some point, though, all that money I'd been given started running low. As I thought about it for 2 seconds, or if I'd thought about it for 2 seconds, I would have seen it coming. I hadn't exactly been frugal in my attempts to find a cure for Nellie, nor had I been especially concerned about money before she fell ill. I was so used to living like an aristocrat. Oh. Can I speak, please? Thank you. I don't know what's going on with the audio. I used to be so used to living like an aristocrat, and I hadn't succeeded in breaking those old habits, which left me with only one thing I could do for Nellie, be with her day in and day out. Every day that passed, I lost a little more hope. If I couldn't do anything and Nellie died, I would be utterly alone, and that was what scared me more than anything. The nightmares were eating away at me, leaving with nowhere to run. And if I didn't have someone there with me, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself together. Wait, Back to Future Mel? I don't know. We're still being told the story by Mel. He's one of the 3 that got tortured by Morgana, yeah. After 3 or so days of me sitting by Nellie's bedside, hardly moving, there was a knock on the door. Who's there? Who is it? Open the door, unless you want me to kick it down. My suspicion was correct. I couldn't think of anyone else who would come to visit. But what I didn't know was why he had come back. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Open the door. Leave me alone, please. I want nothing to do with anything you're doing. Open the door. No, I'm not letting you in for a second. Okay, then I'll break it down. Don't. My sister's inside, sleeping. I don't need you waking her up. Then open it. What do you need? I did everything you asked me to already. What happened to the witch's arm? I threw it. I threw it away. You really think I was going to keep that? A person's arm? Mel, what's going on? Don't break down the poor. I'm poor and have a dying sister. Do we have a visitor? Nellie. I should get them something to drink. Don't worry about it, Nellie. You get some more sleep, okay? Can we go outside? I'd really rather not talk in here. Fine by me. So, that's your sister? Explains why you look so much alike. That's none of your dang business. You wanted the miracle blood to cure your sick sister, did you not? And you're telling me you threw the arm away? Are you interested in getting more blood? What? We're taking the witch's blood, turning it into medicine, and selling it through the church. Selling it? You're doing business in a house of worship? No. I suppose we're technically giving it away, but we're asking for tithes, so really it's the same thing. I'm not from this land, so to me it looks no different than a business, but people here, they see it as charity. The Lord says that the Lord says if you assist us, he'll provide you with the medicine we're making. The Lord? Why would the Lord be? Heck if I know. Because it seems like good money? So will you help us? You're gonna make me get my hands dirty for you again? I can't. Not again. Oh, right. I forgot to mention one detail. You don't have a choice this time. Huh? It's not like he had a choice before. Yeah, so sword dude be doing sword stuff. He didn't really have a choice last time. The choice was like protect your sister or protect the witch. Pretty much was what he gave. You know about the miracle blood, which means we can't let you go unattended. If you say no, I have permission from the Lord to kill you on the spot. Why? So, will you help us? Or will you die here? Why did you ask if there was no choice, right? He's also technically giving him a choice. Either do this or die. That is a choice. What was the right thing for me to do then? Should I have fought back and died? Should I have tried to run? Should I have taken my own life? I'm sure you've heard enough to know by now that I'm a weakling, a pushover. I didn't have the spine to do anything but agree to meet with the Lord. He told me about the mansion, and he gave me one of a set of 3 keys. I wanted so badly to get rid of that key, but with the man's shadow constantly hanging over me, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not when I could be the next one to end up losing a limb or two. There is no way I could have disobeyed them. And that's everything that happened 6 months ago. Every day since I arrived here, I've brought Morgana breakfast and supper. She doesn't say anything, but I saw it in her eyes the first time I stepped through the door. How could you do that to me? I've never looked in her eyes since, because I'm too afraid of what I might see in them. And that is how I ended up here. So he was threatened. He didn't actually want to cause Morgana harm. Yeah, that was very obvious. That doesn't excuse what he's done, though. See? What did I tell you? Not at all the brother you thought I was. Tell her what happened, bro. I mean, that's what he did. He told everybody his side of the story. I guess he didn't tell Morgana. Probably because he's worried that the other 2 might overhear him and then be like, you're not allowed to let her know. Doth. Mock me, ridicule me, call me worthless, a coward, a terrible person. Go on, what are you waiting for?
But you were threatened, Mel. He said he would hurt me. Hurt you. That's the only reason you went along with him. You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel. The other man is the bad guy, not you. You did the best you could. You didn't have a choice. That terrible man forced you to do everything.
Nellie.
You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel.
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I had no other choice. That's not true. All you're doing is closing your eyes. What? You mustn't coddle yourself. Copium. I did nothing wrong. What was I supposed to do then?
Don't be mean to my Mel.
Did you really do the best you could? Did you even once try to do something about the situation, as hopeless as it may have seemed? Could you not even conceive of any other options? Could you not have come up with something else to say at Morgana's house? Something that might have given her even the slightest clue she was in danger? But when she opened the door, did you do anything? Did you even so much as attempt to stop him? My legs were shaking so bad I couldn't move. There's no way I could have stopped him. And at the very least, you shouldn't have fled. You should have stayed and told her the truth. That you weren't there willingly, and maybe she wouldn't have felt so utterly betrayed. But he was there. You think I could have actually stayed there with him? Not a chance. It's not like Morgana would have. She opened the door because she trusted you. She isn't the easiest person to read, but she was opening up to you. And what did you do with that trust?
Stop it. Please, you made your point. It's not all Mel's fault either. If anything, he's a victim. He was just trying to protect me.
Were you listening to anything he said, Nellie? You were not Mel's first priority. He did what he did for his own sake. Well, what did you expect me to do? Pull courage I don't have out of thin air? What's wrong with self-preservation? There was nothing I could have done to stop him. I'd love to see you try any better. Maybe you'll understand how scared I was. How little I could have done. This should be considered child abuse. Yeah! 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 Stuff that led up to this point could have been, or should have been considered child abuse, but it was the early thousands. I don't think there was anything that would have helped. It wasn't like a, what is it? There wasn't a child services in place, I don't think. Wait, do we know how old Morgana is? Oh gosh, she's young. Because this all started from the village. She was like 5. And then she got sold off. I think she was like 10 when she got sold off? She's like early teen at best. Tell me what to do, you're not my real parent, I'm running away and joining the circus. What? Ah! Oh man, you're gonna get grounded. Oh no! It must be nice to be an outsider. To talk about my experiences like you know anything. Analyze my decisions, go on about what I should have done. You don't have a dang clue how terrifying it all was. How I felt having to go through it. Oh yeah, you're right. It sure would be a courageous thing to do the sacrifice your life for someone else, but you know what? People like that only exist in stories. Except you don't actually understand that. You just want to give me stinks for not being perfect. Do you want my pity? Is that all you want? If I tell you I feel bad for you and oh how hard it must have been, will that satisfy you? Do you not want to know what you can do now? What's even left to do? Nothing I do is gonna make her situation any better. Gonna be playing the Flowers visual novel series? The Flowers? I don't know if I know which one that is. Is it just called The Flowers? Or is it something else? It's a visual novel. It won't make her arm come back. It's just called Flowers. Let me see. I'm opening up in the side. Oh. The art is pretty though. I'll look into it. See if it's something that might be of interest. It won't make her arm come back. All is not lost yet. Open your eyes. Take a good look, long look inside yourself. Think about what you can do. Stop sitting on your hands, telling yourself it's too late. There's still time to make a difference. You just have to commit to act. I don't think you're an especially bad or cowardly person. I think you're an ordinary young man. Might sound like I'm telling you to do the impossible. But soon, the time will come when you must make your choice. When you must stand up and take some responsibility for what you've done. No one's childhood lasts forever. The good days are long behind you before you ever realize they've passed. When faced with the consequences of your actions, you should not have turned and run, but held yourself accountable. It is, perhaps, a disproportionately large burden for you to bear, but it's fast approaching, and you need to make a decision. Find your courage. Set Morgana free. Mel.
Mel.
But even if I open the door for her, it's too little too late. She'll never forgive me after. Is her forgiveness the reason you should act? No. It's penance for what you've done to her. Atonement for your sins. Whether she forgives you or not is besides the point. The question on the table right now is whether you are going to do the right thing. And what about her blood? Without Saint's blood, Nellie won't...
You don't have to worry about me, dearest Mel. My life isn't so important that I want to take someone else's away to keep it. I think about what I can do to help, or I'll think about what I can do to help too. It's partially my fault after all. So please, Mel, set the Saintess free.
Your quiet life is built on a foundation of lies. And I know that by now, you've realized there's no real value in a life like that. You wanted to do something about this. You sought salvation. Salvation. But who? Who would give it to me? I already told you I would. But why? Because I promised you. And you expect me to believe that? Yes. If you choose to sit here and wallow in your regret, there's no going back. Now is your only chance to make a change. Mel. All right. I'll help. I'll help you. Set her free.
Dearest Mel.
I knew all along that that was what I needed to do, but I could never bring myself to act on it. There's no way I could accomplish anything alone. I'm basically helpless on my own. Everything about this is so completely outside anything I've ever had to deal with before. So I have no way of having any idea what I'm supposed to do about it. God can be pretty cruel. Why would he force a boy like me to make such a difficult choice? Yes, he can be. You were made to be a part of a more normal, a less tumultuous world. But you've come too far to go back to that. So the least you can do is change the world you're in now. Yeah. I doubt I need to remind you, but you know you can't get in with only my key. You need all three. And the other two, they won't feel an ounce of remorse. Taking their keys won't be easy. Easy or not, we have to get them. And I'm sure there is a way. There must be. Michelle reminds me of Alucard from Castlevania. It does have a similar art style. I don't know if the artist actually did it. I didn't see anything for that when I found their Twitter. But who knows? Maybe they have like an alt name. Just so we're clear, you're not gonna overpower them. The guy with the sword's much stronger than you, and he knows how to use a blade. And he's the Lord's bodyguard, so you're not getting near the Lord either. Even the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him. You seem pretty weak from the looks of you. Who knows, maybe I am stronger than you? Do I really do want to hit this boy?
Deep breaths, Michelle. Deep breaths.
There must be some way we can get their keys. I know they both have people they're close to. Huh? People they're close to? Isn't Michelle a good fighter? No? Not really. They wanted to become a knight, and then they got locked in their room for 2 years. And then they got locked in a building for another 10. They didn't really have a chance to practice fighting. We can talk about that later. Now that you've made your decision, talking with me isn't your top priority, is it?
Mel.
Nellie. I'm sorry for involving you in all this. And I'm really sorry for being, well, what I am. I'm no prince, that's for sure.
You always were my prince, though, dearest Mel. You did your best to be the brother I wanted you to be.
Just Falcon Punch. Honestly, I adored the way you fawned over me. All that affection just felt so good.
What?
It made me feel like I was special, important. Having someone to care for, to pamper. It was empowering. That's the kind of guy your brother is. If someone else, some other girl were ever to show up and call me her prince, say she loved me, I would probably try and act like a prince for her too.
Well, why would you say that?
Because all this, it's been so hard on me, such a huge weight on my shoulders, that every so often I would think, just how much easier would it be if I could get rid of her? If Morgana was a regular girl, not a saint or a witch or any of that, just a pretty girl about my age, she might have been the one getting all my attention instead of you. What's a chargeback? I totally forgotten Google isn't helping me. Oh no, a chargeback? Like what's the context? I can only think of like, for like in terms of getting a commission and like the person that commissions the person like does a chargeback. They're basically like trying to force a refund, I think. In other contexts, I'm not sure. That's who I am.
That's not you, dearest Mel. You're just beating yourself up. Maybe you would have chosen her over me, but that wouldn't make you any less of a kind man.
I was looking at your terms of service. Yes. If you have any questions, I did kind of type up the terms of service, like, really quickly when I was setting up my VGen. I probably should look over that real quick. How can you say that after everything I just told you?
Because, Mel,
Tell me how despicable I am, Nellie. I'm not the brother you once adored anymore, am I?
You're not what I thought you were, but you're still my one and only brother. That will never change, no matter what kind of person you become. It was wrong of me to try and make you into my prince, Mel. I should have done my job as your one and only sister in the whole wide world. Been there to help you as much as you helped me. I kept pushing my fairy tale fantasies onto you, and you did your best to live up to them, and I ended up forcing you to pretend to be someone you're not.
That's not true, Nellie. I enjoyed feeling idolized.
But you knew it couldn't last forever, didn't you?
Also, thank you for sharing the Discord and the commissions, basically my card. Nobody.
I should have been beside you, not looking up to you.
And then if you do !VGen, that links directly to my VGen as well.
I let you coddle me. I let myself indulge in your love. I thought everything would be alright as long as you kept telling me how adorable I was. They were like magic words to me.
Just the double VGen.
I kept my eyes shut.
Ah. Wait, why did that command happen with just ah?
Mel, starting today, I'm gonna do my best to be your sister. I'm all done holding you to fairy tale ideals. I won't make you pretend to be a prince for me anymore. And I won't try to be your princess either.
I have the power. Right? I'm really trying to figure out, like, why that worked.
I'm just gonna be your little sister. So get back on your feet and stand tall, dearest Mel. I know you'll probably have to pay for what you've done when the Saintess goes free. And I know you'll probably cry about it for days. But I won't regret making the decision.
Well, I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting you to handle this so maturely. You're putting your big bro to shame, Nellie.
Mother once told me that girls grow up faster than boys.
She was right about that. Thank you, Nellie, for accepting me in spite of all the awful things I've done. They're the one who knocks. Oh no! Nobody, don't cook! Is Nellie being tortured too? No, she's just sick. And for having me as your brother.
You're quite welcome, dearest Mel.
Well, it looks like that's one problem solved. They finally reached the point in their relationship where they belong. If she could have come to terms with herself sooner, come to an understanding with him, then maybe she could have reeled in her ideals before she lost control of them.
Yeah, maybe. This Nellie and the other Nellie seem to be one of the same essence. They both have a, somewhat excessive love for their brothers. And that love expressed itself by transforming him into a prince.
If she could have done the same thing then as she did here, then maybe their tragedy could have been avoided.
This is before then, though.
since they were able to fix things up in this life, maybe it'll have a positive effect on their next life. This could change the future.
They may share the same souls, but they lived in completely different times. Do you really think something like that could have any effect on the lives of people hundreds of years from now?
There's no way to be certain, of course, but considering how tightly the two seem to be bound, I doubt it will have no effect.
Hope the composers have the best days of their lives, right? It's making me cry. I wish I had a next life, right? I mean, we never know until it happens, I guess.
I hope it has some effect.
Giselle.
I was there, in the mansion as it all happened, and as I stood by and watched. I feel so guilty about that. If I had done something, then maybe it wouldn't have turned out like that. I hate when I was then. But I was until just recently. From the memories left imprinted throughout the mansion, I showed you bits and pieces of their lives. And as I told you their tale, the only thing I contributed was disparaging commentary.
I don't feel like you were that critical of them.
I absolutely was. I talked about them like they were somehow beneath me.
Yes, you did occasionally offer an opinion on someone or something you showed me beyond the doors, but the fact that you were mostly detached from the events were what allowed me to get to the core of their characters. If you hadn't been in the position you were, so you could tell the story the way you did, I would never have been able to talk them into helping. You contributed more than criticism. Your words weren't for nothing. They made it possible.
It makes me feel a lot better, hearing that from you.
And if you still regret your inaction, then make up for it by taking action here, and have faith that it will bear fruit in their next lives.
I will. I wonder if Morgana might have a change of heart too. It's not like Mel wanted to bring her so much pain. He deeply regrets what he did, so maybe she won't bear quite as much resentment for him when she learns that. Yes, I know what you're going to say. If that was enough to reassuage her, she wouldn't have held on to her hatred for all those hundreds of years. Still, though, I hope it does something for her, however small.
As do I. It's, gotten pretty late, so I'm going to take Nellie back to the cottage. Okay. If you have some secret plan to get the other 2 keys, could you fill me in on it tomorrow? Sure. Also, I could get you another room if you wanted. This one isn't the nicest. No, it's fine. I've come to realize I'm more at home in less comfortable environments.
Michelle.
Am I just imagining it, or was that as depressing as it sounded? That's not quite what I was going for. Well, anyway, if you're fine with it, suit yourself. Say, I've got one huge lingering question, if you wouldn't mind enlightening me. Yes? Why would you go to such lengths for me? You seem to know Morgana, so I can understand why you would be fighting for her. But me? I had a part in putting her in that tower. You have every reason to hate me. So, why would you want to help me? If this was all it took for me to hate someone, I would curse every last man and woman in the world. I bear no animosity for you, and even if I did, you've committed to take action. That doesn't explain why you were so concerned about us. It almost seemed like you actually cared about me and Nellie. But we're complete strangers. We met just today. Because part of me couldn't think of you as a stranger anymore. Huh?
That's right. Oh gosh, my voice. That's right. When he came by this afternoon to talk, he didn't feel like a stranger to me either. It was weird, like he'd known me my whole life. So I made him into my second brother.
Your second brother? You're more than welcome to change the order, Nellie. Make him number 2 and me number 1. I wish I could join in and be big sister number 1.
I'll have to think about it. After all, you might be number 1 material.
Whoa, why is that even up for consideration?
I'm just kidding, dearest Mel.
Oh. I'm still kind of confused, but anyway, I'm glad someone like you showed up. I've actually been praying every night for God to send someone who can get me out of this. I really am useless all on my own, constantly looking for someone to help me, unable to do anything by myself. And trust me, I realize how pathetic that is. Now you must have a pretty good life to be able to be so proactive in the face of adversity. I bet you had everyone's respect, helped people in need, had plenty of friends who had your back, and weren't tossed out by your family like I was. You must have been incredibly blessed. I'm jealous, really. Sorry, that came out of nowhere, I know. Well, I should be going. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Michelle. Brother number 2?
Good night. What if our lives were a purgatory like this, but we just don't know? Oh no. That would be terrifying. Just like waking up from like your life and just being like, huh? Right, Nellie's cute when she's not being sus with her brother.
Michelle, he wasn't trying to be.
Yes, I know. I just thought it was rather funny. I'm not taking a stand because I've been blessed, but because I've got nothing left to lose. I fight for Morgana because I understand what it's like to be tortured day after day, having experienced the loss of my siblings. I didn't want the two of them to go through the same thing. If anything, it's those who have lost the most that are most likely to take action.
I'm not sure if you've realized it or not, Michelle. But you've gotten to be a great deal more expressive since visiting in this era, or arriving in this era. I can't see your face, but I can hear it in your voice, and I can feel it in your presence. So I'm sure it's showing there, too. Making all sorts of faces I've never seen before. Some of the things you've lost, you seem to be getting back. So you can't say you've got nothing left to lose anymore. Promise me you'll let me see all these new faces for myself someday.
I will. I promise. If we can manage to destroy the mansion, that should release you from its darkness and allow us to see each other once again.
I trust you. I have faith we can do this.
Wait, but with the mansion's destruction, both our souls should be returned to our rightful places, which would mean erased from existence. Giselle?
What?
I just thought. I sensed you grimacing.
Wow, you felt that?
What's the matter?
Sorry. I didn't want to bring down the mood. It's just, well, and I know this is asking for the moon, but I was just thinking it would be nice if you had a life to go back to.
If I did?
Yeah. I mean, here you are, as expressive as you've ever been, walking around outside, being around other people, talking to them, after all that time in the mansion, and without a life of your own to go back to. I'm sorry. I just, after seeing you behind your door and learning how cruel and inhumane life was to you, I feel like the world could stand to do something good to make up for it.
It's done all the good it needs to. I have someone who cares enough to lament my fate. What more could I ask for?
Michelle.
Thank you, Giselle. You're not the only one who's asking for the moon, either. I wish I could have a life with you as the person I am now. And for that, knowing I have no future feels worse now than ever before.
Alrighty! That's enough moping around for one night. We should start planning for tomorrow. Things are definitely looking up. It only took one day to get Mel on our side, so let's keep it up and win over the other two.
I would certainly like to, yes.
Psh, where did all that confidence go?
The other two won't be nearly as easy to convince as Mel. I'm not sure if we'll be able to talk them into helping.
We do have a pretty good idea of who the swordsman in this is for, though, the nun. So maybe we can get to him through her, like we did today with Nellie through Mel.
Maybe. Alright, then we'll start by approaching her tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
The Lord, though. Him I'm not too sure about. I'm assuming he's from behind the third door, but we didn't run into anyone who was close with today. And in Morgana's telling of the events of the Harvest Festival, she only mentioned 5 people.
Let's see. The Lord, the swordsman, Mel, Nellie, and the nun?
There's one person unaccounted for.
We just haven't run into them yet, that's all. If he's the man from the third door, I can't imagine she won't be here too.
Who's losing their confidence now? In any event, tomorrow we talk to the nun. I only hope that it goes as well as it did today.
You've got me. You don't have anything to worry about. Or, all things considered, you might not even need me?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You handled Mel pretty amazingly, though. I'm not going to lie, my heart was pounding the whole time. I was afraid we were going to slip up and say something boneheaded. But you managed to keep it together, and I didn't have to come to the rescue.
Well,
I can make a book of quotes out of your performance today.
oh, for the love of God, please don't.
So I'm not concerned at all. Say whatever you think is the right thing to say. I'm more than happy to sit back and watch.
The more you pile on the expectations, the more afraid it makes me that I'm going to trip up. Besides, I don't think I could have done any of that without you.
Why not?
Well, my life was hardly as pride-worthy as Mel seemed to think, so I didn't really feel like I had a right to talk to him like that. Just realized something. Oh, what if Zeph actually is Morgana's reincarnation? My goodness. I would have had a very sad life then. But like,
I don't know. I'm very like willing to give.
But knowing you were there, urging me on, was what allowed me to act without hesitation. So, thank you.
No thanks necessary. But if you say so, then you're more than welcome. I'm glad I could be of assistance, if just a little.
That you were.
Now, let's get this momentum up tomorrow. It's getting late though, so we should probably get some sleep.
Please sleep so I can have a moment to end stream, please. My throat. My audio died at an inconvenient time, so I was just like, oh no, is something bad happen?
What is it?
I kind of don't want to sleep. Well, I do.
What? Why not?
For somewhat childish reasons.
Are you sad you won't be able to hear my voice? Are you lonely, you poor dear?
I am.
What? That's the last thing I expected you to admit to. Okay, well, do you want to stay up and talk for a little longer then? Not too long, though. We need to rest up for tomorrow. And who knows, maybe I'll show up in your dreams if you wish hard enough.
The fact that I'm even able to talk to Giselle right now is a miracle and a blessing. So is it avarice for me to yearn for more? Knowing I've always been granted such a great, or I've already been granted a great bounty, I want to see her face as much as she wants to see mine. She's infinitely more expressive than me, and I want a good long look at all those many expressions up close. I want more than her voice. I want her whole body. I want to feel her warmth. In this era, I have all 5 of my senses in full working order, as I did when I was alive. Giselle, though, she doesn't. She remains dead. As lively as she may be now, that's one thing she did not get back. I truly hope she could have been, or should have been here too. She would have certainly found more joy in her renewed life than me. And she certainly belongs under the sun far more than I do, but she, rather than me, was the one left behind in that realm of darkness. A fact that frustrates me immensely. In life, I would have considered her remark about seeing her in my dreams silly and saccharine, but now, I very much hope it happens.
Oh, okay.
Let me save, let me save, let me save, my throat hurts. I'm glad my elf gave me some extra time and was like, yeah, you can go a little bit long. And it's like, okay, cool. I just wish that my audio wasn't like breaking left and right. Okay. So let us go on to the just chatting screen. And let's find somebody to raid. But while I still have my audio before it dies again on me. Let me see. Since I went a little bit long, let's see. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? There's a few people. My thing keeps scrolling away from me. Do we want Dragon's Dogma or Dragon's Dogma? Because I don't know. Let me see. Do we want to... Let me see. Okay. Do we want... Okay, I'm going for the one with the least amount of viewers. Cryptid Cafe? Who is that? That sounds fun. Who is that? Let's see. Oh, their icon is a little squiddy. Oh, that's a person. I'm always nervous about rating people with the face cams that I don't know that well. I'll look into them more because they seem like they could be cute. But I am a nervous bean when it comes to face streamers. Because I don't know. I'm weird. Yeah, we'll go for the one that has the least viewers currently. And hasn't been going for as long. So it's kind of close to the start. Let me see. Saving a witch raid. We're at least trying to. And we'll do the please. So there is the raid message, and there is the, oh wait, timer and then raid message. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I know we went a little bit long, but this way we found like a good actual stopping place. I hope I'm able to figure out my audio issues. I'm gonna look into it if it's like a thing that I need to upgrade my audio drivers or like something. I feel like it's probably I might need to get a new case because it's like the front USBs from that, or maybe there's like a connection thing that I need to open it up and like dust or something. I don't know. Hopefully it's something I can fix. But tomorrow we are going to be doing some art. I'm gonna be working on a commission, probably. I'm gonna be doing some doodles first, of course. But then I'm gonna be working on a commission, and then, yeah. If you want to do a VGen commission, I might do that tomorrow too. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But otherwise, have a good rest of your day. And if I don't see you tomorrow, have a good weekend as well. Okay? I hope so. But otherwise, I will see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. My throat kind of hurts from talking for an extra hour. Bye-bye. Just keeps breaking it. Just... Bye-bye. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.